bring home the quarterback. For the past couple of weeks, the New York Jets were inundated with trade offers to go up to the number 2 pick, but the Jets rebuffed all of them. Main reason, trading along Zach Wilson. He fits in perfectly to new offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur's offense. He can stand in the pocket with a strong arm, but also get out of the pocket and deliver the ball on time with accuracy on the move. The San Francisco 49ers continue to keep everyone wondering, and I do mean everyone, who they will take with that number 3 pick. Team owner Jed York tweeted this afternoon that he had John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan not to tell him, so that he could find out during the draft broadcast. Well, that's obviously a little bit hard to believe. He tells you the 49ers are choice. Will they take Matt Jones? Will they take Trey Lance? The teams picking behind them and the teams that might want to trade up into the top 10 eagerly await the answer.
The Bulls have been active in Atlanta as several fans have reached out to GM Terry Fox to see if the Falcons would be open to trade back. I was told nothing substantial has come across their table, and they feel very comfortable staying pat. This coaching staff has a lot of confidence that Matt Ryan still has years left, and while they do like quarterback Trey Lance, they've decided they're going to stick with the best positional player on their board.
One of the biggest questions of the NFL draft is where Ohio State quarterback Justin Fields will land. NFL execs I've spoken to tell me the floor for Fields is that number 8 spot, and the Carolina Panthers are a team that doesn't really never be too set at quarterback. Now, the Panthers are keeping their eye on offensive tackles and top-tier corners if they do stay at 8. But I'm also told head coach Matt Rhule would love to accumulate more draft picks, so keep an eye out for a trade back, maybe even at number 8.
The Cowboys at one point believe they might have their choice of defensive players with the 10th pick. That would leave them to decide between quarterbacks J.C. Horn and Pastor Pan. But now it appears people interested in those same players are attempting to move in front of Dallas. If that happens, and the Cowboys team Caleb Farley is too risky because of his injury history and opt-out decision, Cowboys can look to trade down. Interest in Horn and Farley is motivated by this fact. Cowboys allowed league-high 27 touchdown passes to wide receivers last season, and a franchise record 34 scoring passes overall.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock tonight. The 2021 NFL Draft kicks off. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL Draft. Chat questions and comments. Super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. Draft about less than now 10 minutes away from beginning in the rock and roll city of Cleveland, Ohio, as there are fans back at the NFL Draft for the first time in 2 years. Of course, last year it was all virtual in April of 2020, a month after COVID-19 began. Hopefully everyone's doing well and staying safe. Kings of Leon currently performing as the NFL with the draft concerts, one tonight, one tomorrow, and one on Saturday. We've already had the players that are in attendance for the draft this year. All should be first round picks, but knowing how the draft goes, of course, we could have some players fall as we hit what looks to be the final commercial break, with about, as mentioned, now less than 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern Time this Thursday night. Of course, the draft used to be, for myself, growing up, a Saturday and Sunday, and then over the past decade or so, they've turned it into a 2-3 night spectacular, beginning on a Thursday night with just round 1. Tomorrow night we'll have rounds 2 and 3, and then on Saturday 4 through 7, with Mr. Irrelevant being picked 259 this year. So 7 rounds of the NFL Draft, about to kickstart. The new NFL league year, however, that was about a month or so ago with the start of free agency. When teams are on the clock here in the first round this evening, we'll go over everything that has happened, with each respective franchise since the end of last season. It's been a little over 2 months since I've done a football reaction video right here on YouTube, following the Buccaneers Super Bowl win over the then Super Bowl 54 defending champion Kansas City Chiefs, as Brady and the Bucs defeated Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. So Tampa will pick 32. Kansas City was supposed to pick 31, but they've since traded that pick to Baltimore in a trade. And we'll get more into trades via whoever they might include. There are a few teams as well tonight that won't be selecting in this first round because of previous trades as well. We'll get more into that a little bit later on as well. So thank you for tuning in and watching. But yes, when teams are on the clock, we'll go over moves that they made during free agency, of course, team needs, potential best fits, along with, hey, best available player. Should we take him? Should we not? Pass, maybe trade back down in the first round, accumulate some more draft picks with some capital and build our team that way. We'll see how tonight goes. You know, the draft's always so unpredictable, even with all the mock drafts that are out there. I didn't do one this year. I believe first or second year in my career, at least, that I've never done an NFL mock draft. I've been watching football since 2002, earliest I can remember, at least 2002. And then the first ever NFL draft I remember watching was in 2004, so just a few years later, of course. Now 15 plus years ago now. Time sure does fly. But now with 5 plus years of YouTubing, podcasting, however you want to put it, as that 5-year anniversary was just a few weeks ago at the beginning of the month. I've been covering the NFL draft, at least on the channel here, since then, of course, and then the 3-year anniversary actually this evening, with beginning live reactions, play streams on social media. So 3rd year and counting now, 4th NFL draft from 2018 on. Just a little history there for you if you're a new viewer or a new listener. Thank you for tuning in and watching. It doesn't mean a whole lot in that regard for what's to come tonight. Just, of course, a little side note there to buy some time here, of course, before the top of the hour. Now, less than 5 minutes away. There are a few teams actually that have a few first-round picks tonight as well. Jacksonville's on the clock at 1. They'll also pick at 25. The Dolphins also have a few picks along with the Baltimore Ravens. So ESPN, NFL Network, ABC will have coverage tonight, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Good to see fans back at the NFL draft. And the fans that are up close to the stage, they are fully vaccinated. They're still wearing masks, of course. And now ESPN and NFL Network are going to show the Kings of Leon performance for their final song, 3, 2, 1. You see the countdown clock there on the screen for them coming back from commercial. So they'll perform one final song here in 3 minutes and change from the start of this year's NFL draft. Roger Goodell with his Lazy Boy and M&M's will also be in attendance. Draft hugs, so they say, will officially be back. Of course, don't own any audio from Kings of Leon, just want to make that known. But yes, they are performing tonight. Actually, right now, they'll perform after the draft gets over tonight as well at the end of round 1. 32 picks with 32 teams, but via trades, as mentioned, some teams are going to pick more than once. We'll see if any teams do, in fact, trade back, or at the end of the first round later on tonight, if some of the teams that didn't have a first-round pick or whatever the case may be, just depending on how the night goes until then. See if teams trade back into the late first round to, potentially grab somebody that they feel could fit their system and become a new member of that respective franchise. But yeah, 1 belongs to Jacksonville, 2 is the New York Jets, and then it gets interesting at 3 with San Francisco 49ers. Of course, Jacksonville and Gang Green currently do not have quarterbacks, but San Fran does, and Jimmy Garoppolo. But the problem with him is he can't stay healthy. He's always getting injured ever since being traded from New England back in 2017 at the trade deadline, right around Halloween that year, to the 49ers. Yeah, he did lead them to the Super Bowl just a little over a year ago now. And they had that game in the bag before Mahomes and the Chiefs came back and picked up the win, picking up their first Super Bowl win in 50 years. But it's going to be quarterback heavy tonight. Could see more than 5. 5's the over-under. So, as mentioned, late first round. We'll see if one sneaks in late, but we'll see 5 quarterbacks, I would think, within the first 10 to 15 picks. Sure, one of those 5 will fall. Of course, I'm speaking of Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, and Trey Lance. So, Jacksonville doesn't have a quarterback. They have number 1 overall pick, finished with the worst record in the league last year. The Jets, after drafting Sam Darnold out of USC just a few years ago, have since traded him to Carolina Panthers. Carolina will pick towards the end of the top 10 at 8, followed by Denver at 9 and the Cowboys at 10. And it might be a little while until we get a defensive player off the board as well. I would have to assume after that number 5 overall pick, with, as mentioned, the Jags having 1, the Jets have 2, the 49ers currently have 3, but there's a storyline right now, breaking news a little bit ago, that Aaron Rodgers, current reigning NFL MVP and Green Bay Packer quarterback, wants out of historic Green Bay. He wants out of Titletown, and he wants to move on. And it's not a contract issue. It's more than that. Of course, this goes back to last year in the draft when they drafted Jordan Love. They traded up to get Jordan Love out of Utah State. He backed them up all last year, did not play at all. Rodgers, of course, won NFL MVP, lost to Brady and the Bucs in the NFC Championship game, and then, of course, the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl over the Chiefs. But we'll see what happens with Rodgers and the Pack tonight, this weekend, and the months to come before the season kicks off. The schedule will be released on May the 12th. I'll also have live reactions play that night. It'll be a Wednesday night, Wednesday, May the 12th, live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube, of the 2021 NFL schedule release, as what they're calling the biggest season ever, as of course now there will be 17 regular season games. Opening video package for the first round of the NFL draft here this evening now underway. We'll have Goodell come out, say the draft's now officially started, it's begun, and the Jags are on the clock. They'll have 10 minutes to pick. Used to be 15, but we're in Cleveland. And Cleveland, just up the road from Canton, home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame right next door to First Energy Stadium in Cleveland as well, where the draft is taking place this weekend, right on Lake Erie. As we see some flashback highlights from drafts in the past, as history will be made tonight. The future is in fact now, and this is officially the start of the 2021 NFL Draft. We'll get more into the first round here in a bit, but Jacksonville will officially be on the clock here in a matter of seconds at 1. The Jets to follow. It's going to be Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. And then, as mentioned, it gets interesting at 3 with the 49ers. Myself personally, I would take Mac Jones, quarterback out of Alabama. Kyle Shanahan would get his Matt Ryan he had in Atlanta when Ryan won the MVP, and then they went to the Super Bowl before they blew that 28-3 lead against the New England Patriots. There's Trevor Lawrence at his home in Clemson, South Carolina. Zach Wilson's in attendance. Mac Jones is also in attendance, along with Trey Lance. Justin Fields watching from his home as well in Georgia. Two Georgia boys, and Lawrence and Fields, their careers have sort of been intertwined. Clemson, Georgia, then to Ohio State for Fields. It's a quarterback-driven league. You have to have a quarterback in order to win football games in the National Football League. Trey Lance, of course, from North Dakota State, following in the footsteps of Carson Wentz, who's now an Indianapolis Colt. Jacksonville really hasn't had a quarterback since David Garrard. They have drafted a few in the first round since him, though, and Blaine Gabbert and Blake Bortles, of course, now both backups on other teams. There's the Jaguars draft room in Duval. They are all in tonight for the NFL draft. Trevor Lawrence is about to be all elite. ESPN shaking up their draft coverage this year with, of course, in the past few years, no more Boomer, no more Chris Berman. Trey Wingo's out of the company now as well, so Mike Greenberg takes over the hosting gig. There's Mel Kiper Jr., the draft guru himself. It'll be Greenberg along with Louis Riddick and Booger picking my nose McFarland, and Mel Kiper Jr. as mentioned as well. Todd McShay, Adam Schefter, and Chris Mortensen. NFL Network with Rich Eisen. So ESPN, NFL Network, and then the College Game Day crew will have draft coverage on ABC for these prospects' journey to the National Football League. Of course, Reese Davis, Kirk Herbstreit. No Coach Corso earlier. A little unfortunate. Hope he's doing well. David Polk and Desmond Howard as well. But we're in Cleveland. It's been raining all day here in the Midwest, Mid-Atlantic, Northeast region. Football weather for sure. So they're going over final details before the Jags will officially be on the clock. Long live Rock, as we're once again in Cleveland, Ohio for the 2021 NFL Draft. It was always in New York City, Radio City Music Hall. Past 2 years, though, you go to Chicago for 2 years, Philly, Dallas, Nashville 2 years ago, the last time the draft had fans. Last year, of course, was supposed to be in Vegas, was virtual from homes, of course, because of COVID. Vegas will now host. Next year, the Raiders could be a suitor for Aaron Rodgers as well. We'll see. But Cleveland tonight, Vegas next year, and then Kansas City to follow. So, some final sponsorships, and we got about 20 seconds until we see Roger Goodell. Actually, we're going to take a commercial break. So I take that back. We're going to go to a commercial break here, and then we'll get the draft started. Just round 1 tonight, 2 and 3 tomorrow, and then 4 through 7, as mentioned, on Saturday. And in my opinion, the mid-rounds of the NFL Draft is where teams make or break their roster for the upcoming season and for years to come. Rookie contracts normally 4 to 5 years. They pick up the 5th-year option. We're seeing that for a few players that were drafted a few years ago now, with Baker Mayfield and Lamar Jackson. First and last picks of first round that respective year in 2017. But something's got to give. We'll see what does. So, 2018. Excuse me. 2018 was the years Baker, Saquon, and Sam Darnold went 1, 2, 3, and Lamar Jackson was 32. So, as mentioned, yeah, we're probably gonna have a few players drop. We'll probably have a few players get drafted a little higher than they should be. But, you know, each team's different. Each team has their own scouting personnel. They might have a first round grade on late first round at least. Or better example, we'll go to tomorrow for day 2 and on Saturday for day 3 for 2 through 7. You know, some teams might have a 4th round grade on a player. Whereas other teams for the same player might have a 2nd round grade. Or the case may be. You know, players could, you know, as mentioned, get selected a little higher than take a chance on them, risk it. But at the same time, when you can trade back and potentially get that player, you know, later on in the round or later on in the draft as a whole, and then you accumulate more picks as well, it works out for both teams for the most part, whoever's involved. But then, you know, looking back, you know, past however many years you want to go back, sometimes because it's easy to just look back on it after it's all said and done. As we get a NFL schedule release commercial for the 17-game regular season. We already know the opponents. It's just when are these games going to be played? That's the big question. So that's the NFL schedule release May the 12th. And Kings of Leon, for some reason, are still performing. So we're about to take the stage, but until they get done performing, we're not going to have the NFL draft kickoff just yet. I guess, I mean, maybe another 5 minutes or so. Take it to a quarter after, or because normally they do this, you know, in the kickoff pre-show. You know, the countdown from 7 to 8. And then, you know, right now, technically the Jacks will be on the clock, but as of yet, no, they're not. So we still got to wait a little bit longer. So they're keeping people in the other seats, which I can understand. Get those ratings up, but, you know, we could go a few more minutes here, quarter after. Won't be shocked if they go to 8:30. Or it won't be until 8:30 until we hear Trevor Lawrence or either Zach Wilson's name called for the Jacksonville Jaguars and New York Jets. Those seem to be locks, but Urban Meyer's in his first year in the National League, of course, former Bowling Green, Utah, Florida, and Ohio State head man, now in the NFL for the first time ever as a head coach. So he's taking the leap, and what better year to do it when the Jacksonville Jaguars have the number 1 overall pick and a quarterback that very well could have been drafted number 1 overall since he was a freshman in high school. So 3, 2, 1, we're back. Roger Goodell now about to take the stage. And he's going to be joined by what looks to be a few players, or a few former players at that, from years past, that are now a part of the league with the NFLPA. Of course, he's being booed. Welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft. Come on, Cleveland, boo me. I didn't come out of my basement for nothing. His chair is on the stage as well. Where are the M&Ms at? That's the big question. He's got a few friends with him. We'll find out who they are. Jarvis Landry, wide receiver for the Browns, as we've entered the dog pound for the draft. Bernie Kosar's out there as well. And then Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas, former number 3 overall pick out of Wisconsin back in 07. So they're filled to capacity. They're expecting, so they say, around 50,000 total for the whole entire weekend. We got some Brownie and Bernie chants.
And we can't wait to have all of you back in First Energy Stadium and in every stadium.
Roger Dale says, can't wait to have all the fans back. Full capacity in each respective stadium this fall. Weather's sort of cleared, it looks like.
We're going to have an NFL fan from out here that's backstage, come up to this stage for each draft pick tonight and sit in that chair,
Okay.
which is a chair
A fully vaccinated fan that's up front for each respective team. They're going to get up on the stage, be allowed to get up on the stage, I should say, and they'll be allowed to sit in Roger Dale's chair that he made famous last year. So, all 32 teams accounted for in their respective pods. And Joe Thomas is going to give a pregame speech now. I'm sure they told him to keep it safe for work, but how about them Brownies? The Browns are back. They made the playoffs last year the first time in quite a while, beat the Steelers in the playoffs for losing the Chiefs. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Let's get the draft started. 2021 NFL Draft now officially underway. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. We got a Jags fan up on the stage now. They're going to get to sit in Roger Goodell's chair. They'll also announce the pick, I guess, too. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. But about to get the show on the road. And the 2021 NFL Draft is now underway. It's open, and the Jags are on the clock. Trevor Lawrence out of Clemson. Get those number 16 Jag jerseys. I'm sure there's already a ton of them made. There's Urban Meyer, a 3-time national champion winning college football head coach at Florida and the Ohio State. And there's TIAA Bank Field in Jacksonville. They're having their own little fan fest. Stadium Stampede about a month away for AEW Double or Nothing. But the Jaguars are on the clock. They went 1-15 last year. They sort of stole this number 1 pick from the Jets, because the Jets, towards the end of last year, went on a winning streak. And they finished, of course, just a little bit better than the Jags, so they now have the number 2 pick, and Urban comes to the league. As mentioned, what better time to become an NFL head coach? You're going to pick Trevor Lawrence, and I would have to assume if they put some pieces around him, of course you have to have a good offense and defensive line to be able to protect your quarterback and get after the opponent. If they put some key pieces around him with running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends, and can cover, score more points than your opponent's name of the game is to win, right? It's not golf. The Jags, with Urban's success at the college level now, for the most part, doesn't transition over, but there have been a few that have been able to win at both college and NFL levels. I would have to assume the Jags, if, of course, which they will take Trevor Lawrence here unless they shock us all and take somebody else, pull a Kevin Costner draft day trade on us. You know, the Jags should get back to being pretty decent. And I'm not saying they're going to go undefeated next year or undefeated at any point in time over the course of Trevor Lawrence's career by any means. But I would have to assume within the next 5 years, they'll make the playoffs at least once. I think that would be a good feel-good prediction right now, because you honestly don't know how Urban's going to handle losing, if he's going to have another fake heart attack on the sidelines or not. So, it's a quarterback-driven league. They're going to get their guy, but he can't do it all. He has to have pieces around him in order to succeed. Plain and simple, okay? And they made some moves in free agency, bringing in a few key pieces, as mentioned. When all these teams are officially on the clock tonight, we're going to go over moves that they made since the end of the last season, whether they made the playoffs or not. Of course, the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. We're seeing all these Trevor Lawrence Clemson highlights even before he's drafted by Jacksonville. And then we'll get into Zach Wilson going to the Jets. But the draft really begins tonight, really for the first time ever, at the number 3 overall pick, because these two have been locks for quite a while. Trevor Lawrence, at least, as mentioned, he could have went number 1 last year, the year prior, and the year before that. But he's going to end up going to go to Jacksonville rather than the Jets. But they got about 5 minutes and change to submit their pick. So, Jacksonville this past offseason, as mentioned, yeah, they're going to take Trevor Lawrence here. They need a quarterback. There was a report earlier today that Tim Tebow's trying to get back into football following his failed baseball career after he already failed at the NFL level. Of course, he knows Urban Meyer well. He's from Jacksonville to begin with. He played for him at Florida. He wants to re-enter the league. He got a tryout with the Jags as a tight end. The Jaguars also need a tight end. They have a new tight ends coach, former Penn State tight ends coach Tyler Bowen, who Urban knows very well from the Big Ten days of the Penn State-Ohio State rivalry. Under 5 now. Jacksonville about to have their quarterback of the future in a TL tune. Trevor Lawrence, number 16, about to be a Jag. And Lawrence beat Ohio State in the college football playoff. But then, at the same time, Ohio State just beat Clemson this past year in a Sugar Bowl as well, so they split. So that's a big, it's not comparison, but the plays that all these quarterbacks have made in their past and will continue to make moving forward, showcasing all their talents. I mean, wherever they go, hope they have success. But, of course, there was talk, well, Urban's got the Jag job now. And, well, he knows Justin Fields well from Ohio State. He's going to pick him. No, he's going to take Trevor Lawrence. But Urban's had success, of course, as mentioned, at college. He's in the NFL not for the first time. But at the quarterback position. He had Alex Smith at Utah. And now you go back to that draft with Alex Smith and Rodgers. Smith just retired. Rodgers went out of Green Bay. As we go to Susie Colbert now with a report as nighttime falls here on the East Coast. But, of course, Tebow then at Florida came to Ohio State, had his 3-man wrecking crew when they won the national title back in 14. You go from JT Barrett then at the end of all that to Dwayne Haskins, who's now a Pittsburgh Steeler. He was cut from the Washington football team, formerly known as the Redskins, of course. We go back to the Jaguars draft room, as all eyes are on the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. 2.5 minutes away before they have to get their pick in. Because if they don't, as this has happened in the past, if they don't submit their pick in time, they get bypassed for the team behind them. The Jets were supposed to have number one pick because they were winless until they started winning. And the Jags, of course, won week 1 last year against the Colts, and they lost 15 straight. That's why they're 1-15, and why they have number one pick tonight. Now to Adam Schefter. Under 2 minutes for the pick, but we'll see what happens with Tebow if they sign him. It's probably just a big ploy to get some eyes on the team. However, the pick is in for the Jaguars. Pick is in. So it'll be Trevor Lawrence out of Clemson going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So since the pick is in for the Jags, the Jets are currently on the clock. So Zach Wilson get ready to go to the Big Apple. There are a lot of comparisons too with Lawrence and Peyton Manning. Of course, both wore orange in college. Wore number 16 as well. We'll see if Aaron Rodgers with that number 12 is going to go on a mile-high plane ride here before the end of the weekend or not, and don what Peyton did towards the end of his career as well. And a funny, odd side note with Rodgers and the Packers. Bart Starr and Brett Favre, along with Rodgers, all three quarterbacks never played any more than 16 total seasons with the Packers. Will Rodgers get to 17 or not? It looks like a no, but we'll see. But picks in for the Jags, so they need weapons for him. And as mentioned, they did go out and sign some officially for the new quarterback. They'll have a backup quarterback for him in C.J. Beathard, so Gardner Minshew, look for him to get traded at some point in time this weekend. Carlos Hyde, a former Buckeye, he's coming in to be a running back behind Robinson. With the first overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars selection is, they will select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback out of Clemson, and good luck. Good luck. Because the last time the Jags drafted a quarterback in the first round was 2014. Took Blake Bortles out of UCF, number 3 overall. And, well, since 2009, no quarterbacks drafted in the first round are on their respective teams after some recent trades with Stafford and Goff and Wentz. So, Trevor Lawrence is now a Jacksonville Jaguar. Get ready to get hit. Get ready to lose for the first time in the regular season, as he has never lost, ever, high school, college level, at all, during the regular season. He's lost in the college football playoff, but he's never lost in the regular season. And Urban Meyer, we all know he doesn't like losing. So, on to the Jets. Trevor Lawrence is a Jaguar, but yeah, Sam Darnold's out of the big Zach pull, if you will, if it is in fact going to be Zach Wilson. But Sam Darnold's now in Carolina. The Jets really are a dumpster fire. I honestly don't think they know what the hell they're doing, but if you want to draft a quarterback every 3 or 4 years in the first round of the NFL draft, well, by all means, go ahead and do so. Continue to lose and continue to pick at the top of the draft. And hey, if that's what they want to do, so be it. More power to them. You'd like to see them at least win a few more games each year, but at the same time, it's like, well, their losses, their team wins. They need to get their head on straight and figure out what the hell they're doing as a franchise, because they have not been relevant in years. Okay? I agree with Mel Kiper Jr. because Darnold, I think he'll have success with the Panthers. Now, Carolina just traded Teddy Bridgewater to Denver. So, there's been a lot of movement, a lot of whether it was sign and trades or just regular free agent signings or trades from team to team, and players getting cut, now out of a job like everyone else was this time of year, just a year ago. But hopefully, as mentioned, everyone's doing well and staying safe, and we'll go back to normal here eventually. But now some Zach Wilson highlights, as he really just came on this past year and the shortened college football season, and BYU's in the 10th. So they had a very, very good year, one of their best in quite a while. 2 years ago when his name first got brought up, okay, he's going to be a mid-round pick in a couple years. Well, he played this past year, coming off an injury, as we continue to see these highlights. He really boosted his resume, and just think if Trevor Lawrence wasn't in this draft, Zach Wilson right now could be a Jaguar. He could have been the number 1 pick. All 5 of these quarterbacks are going to be drafted within the next hour or so, beginning with what we just saw, Trevor Lawrence going to Jacksonville, as he's now officially a Jaguar. And he'll end up signing, I would say, a 4 or 5 year deal worth who knows how much money, but all 5 of these quarterbacks very well could be number 1 overall picks tonight. And that's why, because it is a quarterback-driven league, you're going to see a run on whether it be quarterbacks or whatever position. Running backs towards the end of the first round. Once the defensive players start going, we're going to see a trend there, I would assume. We'll see some teams trade up, reach for some players. There was a report earlier today as well. The Saints from 28 are trying to get in the top 10. They're going to have to give up everything and the kitchen sink to do that. But there's Zach Wilson. He's got a big smile on his face. So, pick's not in as of yet, but I think he knows he's going to be a New York Jet. So, no more Sam Darnold. They're moving on once again, trying to find another damn quarterback, because the goddamn New York Jets, Jets, as mentioned, absolute dumpster fire. They are the new Cleveland Browns. They honestly are. Now some highlights from his pro day. Now they reset the clock. Actually, the pick is in now for the Jets. So San Francisco now technically next, currently now on the clock. So the Jets pick is in. It's going to be Zach Wilson, quarterback out of Brigham Young University, out of BYU. He's going to be leaving the Rocky Mountains from Provo and heading to the big city. So we'll see if he'll be the answer that the Jets need and want. Or if another few years from now that Zach Wilson is on another team, leaving the country for the city, the big city, to turn him loose and set him free elsewhere at some point in time. Who knows what the future holds? But the Jets, among a few other franchises, one of the most passionate fan bases in the NFL. Draft, of course, not in NYC anymore, but We'll see if they like the pick or not, but the pick's in for the Jets, and we'll get back to the Jags with everything they've done, along with, as there's a Jet fan in Roger Goodell's chair right now as well. We'll get into everything the Jags did, have done, everything the Jets did as well, and the 49ers coming up next, too. So, it's the NFL Draft. Expect the unexpected. With the second overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback out of BYU. So Zach Wilson's going to the Jets. He's got his new NFL draft hat, as, of course, he's the first player in attendance to be drafted tonight. Trevor Lawrence was at home. 49ers are on the clock. They got about 7.5 minutes to pick. Will it be Mac Jones? Will it be Justin Fields? Will it be Trey Lance? Let me know in the comments below. And once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. So there's Zach Wilson. Of course, BYU's had some good history of quarterbacks to enter the league. I would have to say Steve Young being the best of the best. But there's also Ty Detmer and a few others, as they already have Zach Wilson's name printed on his jersey. So he's getting his picture taken with the commish, as Zach Wilson is now the new starting quarterback of the New York Jets. He wore one in college. Will he wear one in the NFL? We'll see. It is a number 1 jersey. Of course, it's first round, though. They all are. But as thought, Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson go 1 and 2, the Jaguars and Jets. But now the draft, technically, officially, even though it already has begun, now begins with the San Francisco 49ers on the clock with the number 3 overall pick. As mentioned, Jones, Fields, Lance, Alabama, Ohio State, North Dakota State. Problem with Trey Lance is nobody really knows who the hell he is. He's never really played a whole lot of games, less than 20 to be exact, 17 total. You go back to Josh Allen, they said the same thing about him. Go back to Mitch Trubisky, they said the same thing about him. Both are in Buffalo now. Trubisky's backing up Allen. He's no longer in Chicago with the Bears. So the Bears maybe, with Andy Dalton on a 1-year deal, signing him from Dallas. After his career, of course, was a second-round pick out of TCU by the Bengals, a decade in Cincy. Cincy has the 5th overall pick here, coming up shortly. Backed up Dak, played in replacement of Prescott last year as well after his gruesome leg injury. And now he's signed with the Bears. So maybe the Bears are looking for a quarterback tonight or at some point in time this weekend. Zach Wilson now being interviewed. Those are some pretty sick NFL draft hats this year. Every couple of years they're pretty good. The other years, basic. But we had a Tiger become a Jaguar at number 1. We had a Cougar, not your mom, become a Jet at 2. So Tigers, Jaguars, and Cougars now mining for gold with the 49ers at number 3. 4-4-4 for their pick to be submitted. So Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson, 1-2. I would assume, I would take personally Mac Jones. I would assume, though, it's either going to be Jones or Trey Lance. Nothing against Justin Fields by any means, but Jones is the Matt Ryan that Kyle Shanahan had in Atlanta. Next year, you know, Jimmy G, Matt Ryan, a few other quarterbacks are going to be on the move, just like Goff and Stafford were this past offseason. See what happens with Aaron Rodgers, as mentioned as well, but yeah, there's all the first-round Jet quarterbacks through the years. Their third since Mark Sanchez in 2009. Fourth in the past 21 years, going back to Chad Pennington. But they've also drafted Geno Smith and Christian Hackenberg in the second round. Of course, both of them never worked out either. Because the Jets are the goddamn Jets, and they don't give their players a chance to give up on them too early. Look Hey, hence Sam Darnold, he's now a Panther. So the 49ers are on the clock at third here. It was the Dolphins pick, though, actually, from the Houston Texans. Bill Bryan now out. He is the new OC at Alabama. So the 49ers are about to submit their pick, it looks like. Go to their draft room. They're clapping, applauding with who'd I'd assume they just announced who they're going to pick. Told everyone, but Goodell hasn't told us yet. So, yeah, as mentioned, the thing with Trey Lance, the problem with him is with the FCS level this past year, he didn't really have a season because they played in the spring. They did have one game in the fall and he played in that, but that was it this past year. Before that, okay, North Dakota State's North Dakota State. They're winning along James Madison national championships, it seems like, year in and year out. Because it really all just depends on what happens here with the Niners at 3, on what's going to happen 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 10 on down to the end of the first round with teams either trading up for whoever's left, or if they're going to continue to fall and you get them at a cheaper price. We'll see what happens. As mentioned, something's got to give. We'll see what it does. Under 2 minutes away now for the 49ers to submit their pick. But Mac Jones, of course, took over for Tua Tagovailoa at Alabama, along with Jalen Hurts, after Hurts transferred to Oklahoma. But, of course, now they're both in the NFL with the Dolphins and Eagles, respectively. So, in back-to-back years, Nick Saban's going to have 3 quarterbacks of his, former quarterbacks of his, drafted in the NFL in the first 2 rounds. Pick is in for the 49ers. They have Jimmy G. If they believe in him, do they go Kyle Pitts, tight end out of Florida? Do they go Jamar Chase, wide receiver out of LSU? Do they go Devontae Smith or even Jalen Waddle, wide receivers out of Alabama as well? Get who they currently have at quarterback some weapons. Maybe, hey, penny for your thoughts, Penei Sewell, tackle out of Oregon. You got to have protection for whoever's under center or in the gun. Got to be able to protect the quarterback and get after the opposing quarterback. So you have to have a good offense and defensive line, respectively. But I would have to assume Jimmy G's days are numbered. And the thing with Aaron Rodgers, too, you know, grew up in Northern California. You go back to that Alex Smith in 2004. Rodgers fell to the Packers in the mid-20s. Smith was known out of Utah. Of course, coached by Urban Meyer, who's now in the NFL. Just picked Trevor Lawrence #1 for his new team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. So it's, you know, coming full circle for a few things here. But Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. 49ers called him last night. Were shot down. So they take quarterback here. Rodgers for sure, definitely not going to San Francisco. Who are the 49ers taking at 3 here? They take Trey Lance, the quarterback out of North Dakota State. So he's going to have some time to sit behind Jimmy Garoppolo. So they still believe in Jimmy G. But before too long, he'll be out of town. Maybe next offseason he gets traded back to New England, because Cam Newton's on a 1-year deal right now, once again with the Patriots. So Trey Lance, the number 3 overall pick, goes to San Fran. Quarterback. Maybe a 4th straight, number 4 overall. Coming up next with the Falcons. They still have Matt Ryan. Last year of his contract, though. They drafted him out of Boston College in the first round in his respective draft. I would keep Matt Ryan. Julio Jones reportedly on the trade block because of cap issues. You could take a receiver here. You could take Kyle Pitts at tight end. They haven't had a good tight end since Tony Gonzalez. And Pitts is a tight end is a wide receiver, that plays tight end. It's just how the game, has unfolded over the past few years. That you have playmakers at every single position. And you should. Because if you don't, you're not going to win. And it's going to be play action, run the football, play good defense. Trey Lance goes to the 49ers. So now that the cat is out of the bag, 49ers are taking Trey Lance. What happens to Mac Jones and Justin Fields? Because, as mentioned, the 49ers right now are on the clock at 4. I guess we're going to be commercial-free for the first hour because it's already quarter till, and we're on the 4th overall pick, so we'll be going until 11:30 midnight tonight for a almost, I would say, 4-hour first round of the 2021 NFL Draft this evening. So thanks for tuning in once more and watching. But unless Atlanta's taking a quarterback, the Bengals don't need one at 5. They took Joe Burrow number 1 overall last year. The Dolphins are sitting at 6. They took Tua Tagovailoa last year as well in the first round. 7 is the Detroit Lions. They just traded for Jared Goff. 8, Carolina. They just traded for Sam Darnold. 9 is Denver. They just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. But they also still have Drew Lock. But really, long term, are both of those quarterbacks out mile high the answers for the Denver Broncos. And then Dallas sits at 10 with Dak Prescott coming back with his brand new deal he just signed following his injury. So we could see some trade backs with teams trading up now to potentially grab either Mac Jones or Justin Fields by the end of the top 10 here, if they feel they need to go get them. Because if not, they're just going to continue to fall. We'll get into 11 through 20, and then, of course, 21 to 32 to round out the first round here over the course of the next few hours. But if I'm Atlanta now, as the Falcons are on the clock, they have 4:20 to pick. I'd keep Matt Ryan. I would not draft a quarterback this year. I wouldn't. But knowing what San Francisco just did, drafting Jimmy Garoppolo's replacement, they have Trey Lance. He's going to be the future, as mentioned. So they go quarterback, 1, 2, 3. Maybe 4 or 5 if Atlanta takes one, and then since he trades back, thing with Cincinnati, they just lost A.J. Green via free agency. He's now a Cardinal. Watch out for the Cardinals this fall. Maybe get his replacement in one of those 3 receivers that I mentioned. Maybe even Kyle Pitts, but you need protection for Joe Burrow. Because in that Washington game right before Thanksgiving last year, blew his knee out because he wasn't protected well. Got sacked, tore his ACL, done for the year. My opinion, should have won Rookie of the Year, but then, of course, he went down with the injury, and then Justin Herbert prevails. So, of course, yeah, a lot has happened over the past few months in the National Football League, but hey, show goes on. We're back with the NFL Draft. Quarterback selected first, second, and third in the same class. You got to go back to the early 1970s and late 1990s. As we're going to rewind this for a quick second. We got about 2 minutes and change before the Falcons pick. So for the third time in history, as the Falcons pick is actually in, you got to go back to Plunkett, Archie Manning, and Dan Pastorini with the Patriots, Saints, and Oilers. And then Tim Couch, McNabb, and Akili Smith to the Browns, Eagles, and Bengals. And now this year with the Jaguars, Jets, and 49ers selecting Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance. But the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. We're now back to live TV. So the Falcons are picking at 4. Personally, like I said, I would not take a quarterback right here because unless you want Mac Jones to learn under Matt Ryan, they have a new head coach as well in Arthur Smith, who comes from Tennessee. The Titans recently just had Jonnu Smith at tight end. He's now a Patriot. So, and the Patriots, they'll pick here shortly. Their lowest they've selected in quite a while because, normally they're in the playoffs and win Super Bowls year in year out. But Brady's not there anymore. He's in Tampa and he won a Super Bowl on his own with the Buccaneers this past year. So the Patriots are picking at 15. We'll see if they trade up or not. I doubt it, though. If they do, it'll be a few picks, nothing major to 5 coming up next. So they'll take best available, you would have to assume. But rise up, the Falcons pick is in. Unless they want to have Mac Jones learn under Matt Ryan, that's the only, or take the Atlanta kid and Justin Fields himself. You got to take a wide receiver to replace Julio Jones, who you're probably going to end up trading, or you can take Kyle Pitts. Penei Sewell to protect them. And the Falcons take Kyle Pitts. So Matt Ryan's got himself a weapon. So from Gainesville to Atlanta goes Kyle Pitts. He's now a Falcon. And now Cincinnati, they'll either trade back here, they're on the clock, or they're going to take one of the 3 receivers, I would assume, or Penei Sewell out of Oregon, protect Joe Burrow. And then it'll get interesting. If teams are going to trade up, it'll be 6, 7, 8, and 9. And we'll say 10 for the hell of it, just to round out the top 10 for teams to trade up to get whoever the hell they want. So, and I know we still got to, with all these teams, everyone that they signed in free agency, and saw the moves total that all these teams made this past offseason with the draft, as mentioned, beginning tonight. They compare him to Darren Waller, who's a Raider. I mean, I can see a little similarity there, yes, no doubt about it, but even Travis Kelce, I don't know about that, but Kyle Pitts is a freak, no doubt about it. As mentioned, the tight ends anymore, you have to be pass-catching, receiving tight ends to be a true number 1. It's what it seems like, at least anymore. The 2s and the 3s are going to be in there to block for the run game. So, he's a wide receiver playing tight end. He's 6'4 plus. Could probably catch, I should say. And should, just as anybody else should. Falcons celebrating their pick. They must have not have gotten a good enough offer to trade down. So we go quarterback, and tight end. No defense players yet. Thought maybe, Dan Quinn's no longer there. He's in Dallas as the Cowboy defense coordinator, so look for the Cowboys to take a defense player at 10. Now, Atlanta would take a defensive player there, but no, they want to help out their offense. Arthur Smith's an offensive-minded coach, he's former offensive coordinator, for the Titans, and he's got his Jonnu Smith, so we'll see if it works out. But Matt Ryan's got another weapon for it, too. And they still got Todd Gurley running football for him. If they can put some points on the board just as they've done in years past and not blow leads, that defense. The Falcons, with no more Drew Brees in New Orleans, he's since retired as well. Brady and the Bucs defending Super Bowl champs. The Panthers are about even with Atlanta. I mean, we'll see if Atlanta's onto something, if they can get everything figured out and are able to win football games and get back to the playoffs, get back to not blowing a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl of all games. And, maybe people won't be bashing them as bad as they've been bashed the past 5 years. But that's the thing with the draft. Future's now. You got to rebuild. You got to rebuild every year regardless. because there's always players moving on one way or another, whether another team are retiring. So Cincinnati's got a decision to make here if they want to get some linemen to protect Joe Burrow or another weapon for Joe Burrow to throw to. They still have T. Higgins, who they drafted last year, as well, out of Clemson. Tyler Boyd out of Pitt is still in Cincy as well. So looks like we're going to take our first official commercial break of the hour, as we'll come back, I would assume, just prior to 9 o'clock, as we're on the 5th pick in the first round. So 4 picks in about 40 minutes. Well, about average, with, each team in the first round having 10 minutes to pick. So it'll get sped up towards the end of the first, and then of course the other rounds, you have less time to choose. So first official commercial break here. Of course, notifications blowing up with everything going on. But back to number 1 overall with Jacksonville. They did sign a few receivers, so at least Lawrence is now going to have some targets to throw to. And 2 of those, and one being Philip Dorsett, a former first-round pick, the other Marvin Jones, 2 very, very good, reliable wide receivers who can catch the football. But as I was saying, as the Bengals pick is actually in now, with Kyle Pitts, he's a easy receiver playing tight end. And they sort of took best available, stolen from Cincy and even Miami, because Miami potentially was looking to go for that 2 tight end system with Mike Gesicki. But, just as every receiver should, whether they do or not, catch every single ball, 9 times out of 10 at least, thrown their way. But I feel like Kyle Pitts will fit in with the Atlanta Falcons. But back to 1, as mentioned, with the Jaguars, they really did boost their defense as well. They signed Shaquille Griffin from Seattle, Sidney Jones as well, so 2 new corners and a few new safeties. Tried to boost the offense and defensive line with Cam Robinson receiving the franchise tag. However, he very well, with Jacksonville, also at the 25th overall pick, a little bit later on tonight in the first round, and more picks by the end of round 3. I believe they have 5 picks in the first 65 of the draft, which is the most of any team right now this year in the draft. They also got Malcolm Brown from New Orleans in a trade, so he's going to help out that defensive line. But then, with Urban Meyer, he's never been an NFL head coach. He's brought in assistants, though, that he knows well, that also know the NFL. Trent Baalke as your GM. Of course, he was Jim Harbaugh's general manager in San Francisco before they ran into him. Well, actually, both of them out of town. And the Bengals are taking a receiver. So I get the notification before the pick is officially announced. As we're on live TV, I did, rewind it there for a second, but we're back to live TV and we're coming back out of this commercial break. So I guess there's more than a 7-second delay. So the Bengals are taking Jamar Chase out of LSU and reuniting Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase together, going back to the 2019 National Championship season for the LSU Tigers after they defeated Clemson in the National Championship game down on the bayou in their own backyard. Joe Burrow now has a former favorite weapon of his in Cincinnati with the Bengals. So the Bengals pick is in. It's Jamar Chase out of LSU, so the Dolphins are now officially on the clock. Does Miami trade back Or do they, hey, maybe just as Cincy just reunited Jamar Chase with Joe Burrow, maybe one of those two Alabama receivers and Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle reuniting one of them with Tua Tagovailoa down in South Beach, or even getting him protection in Penei Sewell out of Oregon. So Jamar Chase is going to Cincinnati. I believe this is the highest the Bengals have taken a receiver since A.J. Green, but he's no longer in town. He signed with the Cardinals on a one-year deal, as mentioned. So Dolphins on the clock, but Jamar Chase is now a Bengal. He goes just as Joe Burrow did, from being a Bengal Tiger with the LSU Tigers to being a Bengal Tiger with the Tiger King himself in Cincinnati, the Cincinnati Bengals. So Jamar Chase, number 5 overall, quarterback, and then we go tight end, receiver. Maybe another receiver, an offensive lineman, maybe even Miami goes defense here to surprise us all. They also have the 18th overall pick, so we'll see what Miami does over the course of the next few hours, but future's bright for them. Just missed out on the playoffs last year, but now some highlights from these top 5 picks. But Miami actually had the 3rd overall pick. They traded it to San Francisco, and then the Eagles were also involved. So you bring in 3, 6, and 12, where Philly's now picking after all these trades, with actually the Texans, Seahawks, and Rams. Those are the 3 teams that don't have first-round picks tonight because of trades. Seahawks because of Jamal Adams, Rams because of Jalen Ramsey, and then, the Texans with their trades Bill O'Brien did them in for, with Laramie Tunsil and, he traded Hopkins to Arizona. The Texans with Deshaun Watson still at the helm, but he's under investigation. Picks in quick for the Dolphins. So, who's Miami going to take here? Let me look here. As mentioned, I would assume that the Dolphins, with everyone that's already been picked off the board, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance, 1, 2, 3. They don't need a quarterback. They just took Tua last year. Okay? Get them a weapon, whether it's a receiver. Of course, Kyle Pitts isn't there now. They could, maybe pick up another Penn State tight end, Pat Freiermuth, later on this weekend, and reunite him with Mike Gesicki. Still get your 2 tight end system you want. Maybe even Cincinnati takes a tight end to give Burrow another weapon. The thing is, with a few of these positions, these draft class positions for receivers and linemen, once again this year, are absolutely loaded to the core. So you're going to get, and that, as mentioned, this goes back to, some teams might have a grade on this player here versus there. You're going to be able to get somebody later on, whether you trade up or trade back for them, whatever the case may be, pick where you're picking at. You're going to be able to get good talent later on. You don't have to overpay, even though some teams will. But Jamar Chase is going to Cincinnati. So I would assume, with, as mentioned, Lawrence, Wilson, and Lance going 1, 2, 3, and then Pitts and Chase 4 and 5, that the Dolphins are either going to take Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle right now, or Penei Sewell. They're not trading back. The pick is in. They could go defense. Do they go Micah Parsons out of Penn State? Do they take a corner? Do they go Patrick Surtain II out of Alabama? Or even, say, maybe at 18 they take a corner, say Asante Samuel Jr. Or J.C. Horn from South Carolina. 3 of those 4 will leave out the 2 receivers and the tackle. With Parsons, Surtain II, and Horn. If Miami would want to reach for him now, pick whoever they're going to pick here ahead of, say, Dallas is probably going to take a corner at 10, as mentioned. They always look good defense, especially Dan Quinn now as your new defense coordinator. Going back to the Legion of Boom days in Seattle when he was there as a defense coordinator, and when the Falcons won the Super Bowl, they had a very, very good secondary. So look for Dallas to go that route, but maybe jump ahead. You're going to have to pay for it a little bit, but take a player that you feel, because you're not going to be able to trade back up ahead of them. Even though you do pick at 18, you can get one of those players a little bit later on. So Miami was at 3 because of Houston. They traded to 12 with the Niners, and then the Eagles got involved, and the Eagles gave Miami the 6th pick for the 12. So it was a 3-team trade when it was all said and done, but it took some time to get to it. So the Dolphins at 6 here are going to select Jalen Waddle, the wide receiver at Alabama. So they felt Waddle was a little bit better than Devontae Smith, the Slim Reaper himself, who's been shook down because of his size. Even though he won the goddamn Heisman Trophy this past year, they still say he's not big enough. Miami goes the other route. They take Jalen Waddle, who is coming back from injury, but he did play the national championship game against Ohio State and looked somewhat well. Not, himself that we would have saw for as he hugs it out with a few former teammates of his at Alabama. So Miami taking Waddle. Personally, of course they could have taken Jamar Chase. He already got picked, the 1 pick ahead of him by Cincinnati. Of course, they selected Waddle. They must have had to, because they did like him better than Devontae Smith. Personally, I would have picked Devontae Smith over Waddle. But the thing is with Waddle, he's also good in the return game. And that's how he got hurt. Back mid-October at Tennessee, he was returning a kickoff and ended up going down with a broken ankle that cost him the rest of the year before he came back in the national championship game. So, of course, months have passed since, but he'll be good to go for the start of the season. It's just it's a good pick. It is. For him, though, personally, of course, now the Lions pick is already in now, too. These teams must not be getting good enough offers to accept a trade back for somebody to come up and take their spot. So, I know with everything I just said, I feel like Miami reached for Waddle just a little bit. But Tua needs a weapon. And Tua is familiar with him, so they do go back-to-back 5 and 6. Former college teammates, now current teammates in the National Football League with the Bengals, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and down in Miami with Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Waddle. Lions at 7 here, picks in, so Miami's definitely going defense at 18. Whether it's corner, whether it's, say, DN at that point as well, we're going to see a run of defensive players here from 10 to 20. If the Lions, with Dan Campbell biting kneecaps off, doesn't start the trend, we'll see. But maybe Penei Sewell out of Oregon, get some protection from Jared Goff. They could take a quarterback if they don't feel Goff's going to be the answer, even though they just traded for him. Former top pick out of Cal by the Rams. Of course, Stafford's now in LA. But that's Mac Jones, that's Justin Fields. Not unless they feel they can get another quarterback later on. I would assume Detroit's protection here, they could take Devontae Smith before Carolina does at 8, or Denver does at 9, or even Dallas taking a receiver again in the first round this year maybe. At 10, Dallas is, if Detroit doesn't take a defender here, Carolina, Denver, or Dallas will be the first, of course. No doubt about it. Writing's on the wall. But, yeah, I feel like Miami reached for Waddle just a little bit. But, like I said, these teams must not be getting good enough offers to trade back right now. But they, of course, liked him better than Devontae Smith, so more power to him. Hopefully it works out. And like I said, I know I said, a few minutes ago there, but yeah, Miami's probably definitely going to go defense now at 18. And we'll see what the Lions do here at 7. Carolina is technically now officially on the clock at 8. Once a Lion, always a Lion. Maybe Micah Parsons. Dan Campbell, former Dolphin coach, now the head coach of the Lions. And as mentioned, they have a new quarterback in Jared Goff. They're with the Jets year in and year out, trying to figure out what the hell they're doing. They'll play on Thanksgiving at 12:30 once again this year, just as they always have. So the pick's in for the Lions with the 7th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Dan Campbell biting off kneecaps. Of course, going back to his opening presser, as he'll get him fired up. But unless you have the playmakers to go out and make plays, you're not going to make those plays and win games. So the Lions here, and maybe if Micah Parsons doesn't go to Detroit here at 7, maybe another former Penn State linebacker, Matt Rule, of course the current Carolina Panther head coach, selects him at 8. Man, this is just the thing with the draft. It's so unexpected. You don't know until the pick's announced who the hell it is. And then you can agree with it, disagree with it all you want. But who are the Lions taking now at 7? Penei Sewell, so they get protection for Jared Goff. It all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run, to throw, to open up play action. They play in a dome in the Motor City. So, Penei Sewell going from Oregon to Michigan. And he is the first ever Oregon offensive lineman selected in the first round, the top 10 of the first round, I should say, in the common draft era. 6'6", 330. I'm sure he can play right, left tackle. Anywhere you want to put him on the offensive line, he'll play it. But, hey, Michael Orr, the blind side. You got to be able to protect your goddamn quarterback. I don't care who's playing quarterback. You got to be able to protect him. Ask Joe Theismann. So, Penei Sewell going to Detroit. The Panthers are now on the clock at 8. So we're slowly but surely moving along now here in this first round. But Carolina's going to get defense. The Panthers this offseason, Matt Rule going to enter his second year as the Panther head coach. They just acquired Sam Darnold, as mentioned, from the Jets. Okay, Darnold's their new quarterback. They signed Bridgewater from New Orleans to a 3-year deal last year. Have since traded him now since yesterday to Denver. So Bridgewater's a Bronco. He's been bouncing around the league every few years now. He's like turning into Ryan Fitzpatrick, if you ask me. Along with a few other quarterbacks as well. But Darnold's the go-to quarterback. What seems to be, for the time being, in Carolina with the Panthers. But they still got about 2 minutes to pick, so Mac Jones, Justin Fields, still have Christian McCaffrey toting the rock. They did boost their offensive line, which is a good sign. They just recently signed Daquan Jones as well to a 1-year deal. Hassan Reddick, Matt Rule coached him at Temple. He's a former first-round pick to the Cardinals. He's now a Panther, so he's reuniting with his former college coach in the National Football League. However, they did lose a weapon, a former Buckeye, a wide receiver, and we'll get more into that specific player here in a second, and Curtis Samuel, but as he since, signed elsewhere, is no longer on the team. So just as we saw Cincinnati fill the void left by A.J. Green, taking Jamar Chase, 2 former SEC receivers in the first round, about a decade apart. Maybe Carolina, goes receiver here, and they take Devontae Smith. They could still very well be trying to trade back here too. So they got about under a minute. We're at a commercial break right now, though, so we'll go back to the action here momentarily. But if I'm Carolina, I got to go defense. I do, because you play in a division. Well, not any longer Drew Brees. Pick's in. So the Panthers are picking here at 8. Pick is in for Carolina Panthers, and Matt Rule's second ever NFL draft as the Panther head coach. Wish him success. No more Drew Brees. He's since retired. The Saints have Jameis Winston and Taysom Hill quarterback. But Matt Ryan and the Falcons with Kyle Pitts, as the Panthers are on the clock and the pick is in, are just south in Atlanta in the ATL. Matt Ryan probably going to be there another year. Same thing with Ben Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh and Jimmy G in San Fran. So we'll have the quarterback carousel just as we did this past offseason once again next year, I would assume. You're in the same division with the Saints, the Falcons, and the defending Super Bowl 55 champions and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, led by Tom Brady. So McCaffrey's running the football for you. There's maybe that's why I said 54, because we got a Patrick Mahomes commercial. Surprised we haven't seen the discount double check Mahomes, Rodgers, Drake from State Farm commercial yet, but maybe they're pulling that because of all the Rodgers news earlier today. Doesn't seem to me Rodgers is getting traded tonight right now, just as things have gone. That sort of died down since draft started. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on Saturday. The thing is, after all these teams draft quarterbacks that need quarterbacks, there's not going to be anywhere for him to go. So he's going to be stuck in Green Bay whether he likes it or not. And that's the sucky part about it, is he wants out. So they say he wants out, just with how everything's been run his whole entire career. It's total opposite of a few of these other teams with their quarterbacks. Hey, we're going to give you what you want. Rodgers, the Packers, no, we're going to do the total opposite. We're going to draft a quarterback to back you up. They drafted, his replacement last year in Jordan Love. He hasn't even played yet. And Rodgers won MVP because of it, because he went out and balled this past year. So NFL schedule release, biggest season ever. Yeah, that'll be Wednesday, May the 12th. Wednesday, May the 12th. That's when the schedule will be released. So live reaction to the play, live here on YouTube. So be sure to tune back in. But Carolina here, yeah. Honestly, like I said, I'd go defense. Whether that's a linebacker, safety or corner or DN, we'll see. They take J.C. Horn, the corner out of South Carolina, so he's going to head up north to Charlotte and become a Carolina Panther. I'm sure Dallas is a little pissed off right now, but they'll be happy with Patrick Surtain II out of Alabama. So 2 SEC corners going to be off the board here over the next few picks. However, Denver's picking next right now at 9 as they're now officially on the clock. So do they take Mac Jones or Justin Fields? Elway is not running rough shop out in Mile High, though, anymore. He's since stepped down. But the thing with Denver, they really haven't been relevant since Peyton Manning won them Super Bowl 50. They could, honestly go in any which direction they choose here at 9. If we don't have a trade back now with Denver, really we get to 15 from now until then, until the Patriots pick. I honestly don't see any teams trying to trade up. It's just all these players are going to fall to wherever these teams are picking. So Denver's on the clock right now at 9, followed by Dallas. And then the Giants, Eagles, Chargers, Vikings, and Patriots around the top 15. So Denver has Drew Lock. It's a quarterback-driven league, so you always start with quarterback. Drew Lock, who they drafted out of Mizzou a few years ago, he hasn't worked out. He's traded for Teddy Bridgewater. As mentioned a little bit ago, though, both long-term are not going to be the answer. So maybe Mac Jones, Justin Fields. They're going to take another commercial break here. So the first almost hour, have 0 commercial breaks. And now the half hour that's since passed, we've had 3 or 4. Denver's not going to go O-line, not this early. But knowing them every year in the first round, it's all they seem to do anymore. Took Garrett Bowles out of Utah a few years back. Slater from Northwestern sitting there behind Penny Sewell now. So maybe him. They have enough goddamn receivers, for God's sakes. Denver does not need another receiver. Or even a tight end with Noah Fant out of Iowa. We just saw the first defender off the board, J.C. Horn, go to Carolina. Maybe this is going to be the run on defensive players, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, until we get to Philly. Philly, actually, I take back what I just said. We probably won't have any trade-ups or trade-backs, however you want to put it. No trades yet. That Philly at 12 might be the first, unless Devontae Smith's still there. If Devontae Smith's still there at 12, Philly's taking, because they need a goddamn receiver. There's some teams that have too many, and then there's some teams that don't even have enough. So we'll see what happens in the meantime until we get there. But Denver, I mean, maybe Micah Parsons, maybe they end up taking Patrick Surtain II, and then that leaves Dallas in a bind, and then the Cowboys trade back. The thing is with trades, happy birthday, Willie. But unless the offer is, because from what I heard, Atlanta was asking too much. I'm sure a few other teams were asking, a little too much as well. Maybe that's why we haven't seen any movement yet with trades. I honestly don't know what Denver's going to do here, but this offseason, I'll tell you what they did do. Of course, as mentioned just yesterday, traded for Teddy Bridgewater, the former Louisville quarterback, who is now a former Viking, Jet didn't even play for him though. Saint, now Panther, and now he's Bronco. And it's thought maybe Rodgers is a fit for the Broncos too, if he goes to the AFC. Which, if I'm Green Bay and I'm getting rid of Aaron Rodgers, that's where I'm shipping to the AFC, because you don't have to deal with them until the Super Bowl if you get there. So like I said, Broncos haven't been relevant since Peyton Manning won the Super Bowl. They did sign Kyle Fuller. They did sign Roland Darby. And then Justin Simmons out of Boston College got franchise tag at safety. So their secondary is pretty damn good. But you could add depth to that and say Patrick Surtain II. Micah Parsons as a true middle linebacker. Play outside though, right or left from linebacker. You right here in Happy Valley at Penn State. Put him on the other side of Vaughn Miller at D end. They also have Bradley Chubb as well. Because you look at the AFC West, well, you have Derek Carr in Vegas with the Raiders. You have Justin Herbert in LA with the Chargers. And then Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City with the Chiefs. You got to protect the quarterback and get after the opposing quarterback. So, maybe they're looking for somebody to wreak havoc, create it, wreck it, bring some pressure. They got about 30 seconds. Picks in now for the Broncos. So, like I said, they already have enough goddamn receivers. They do. They have a few of them from Penn State and Hamler and Deshaun Hamilton. And then Cortland Sutton's out there as well. Denver, man. If they do go quarterback, I feel they'll end up going Justin Fields rather than Mac Jones. And then, well, one of the two very well that doesn't get picked, as Mel Kiper's discussing right now, could drop to New England at 15 unless New England trades up a few spots. And then Jimmy G's in the long term out of a job with the 49ers and Patriots. He ends up elsewhere. Cam Newton's on a one-year deal once more with them. Belichick eventually is going to retire, and Josh McDaniels is probably going to get the job, unfortunately. But, so, Denver's picks in at 9. Cowboys are on the clock. We got about 8.5 to pick, but we still have yet to hear the selection for Denver. So, here comes our NFL Commissioner, Roger Goodell. And it's a little shocking, we haven't had any trades yet. If I'm Denver, if Zach Wilson was still available, well, you keep him in the area. But he goes east. If I'm Denver, I'm going defense. I don't care what position is. Okay, they go Patrick Surtain the second, so that screws Dallas. 8 and 9, back-to-back cornerbacks out of the SEC taken from South Carolina and Alabama. And Dallas at 10, one of the two that was left. Well, neither of them are. Well, maybe Dallas at 10, because a former Penn State linebacker and Sean Lee just retired, they draft another linebacker, product of Micah Parsons, fill that spot and put him aside. Dallas's, say subpar defense, but that's the thing with Denver. It seems like they always go offensive line in first round. Dallas, compared to last year, they took CeeDee Lamb out of Oklahoma at wide receiver. Dallas always goes defense. You fill positions rather than reach for somebody you don't need. So what does Dallas do now? Maybe we see a trade. If they trade, who's going to trade up? As mentioned, New Orleans wanted to try to get in the top 10. Well, we're now at 10. They obviously haven't had any luck. Along with all the other teams that have been trying to trade up, no one's traded up yet. If I'm Dallas at 10, as they need, a little bit of everything, but more so than not, defense. And they're going to be tied up money-wise with Dak Prescott for years to come after his record extension just this past offseason a few months ago. I want it, you know, how should I say this? With Jerry Jones being Jerry Jones, knowing who he is, I wouldn't leave it out there that, well, one, he's going to try to trade back if he can, get more picks. He took CeeDee Lamb in the first round last year. Devontae Smith is still sitting there at wide receiver. And, well, guess who picks at 11 and 12 that also play in the same division as Dallas Cowboys in the NFC East? That's right, the Giants and Eagles. So you don't pick who you want to pick here. Well, they're probably going to scoop them up, and then you're going to have to play against them twice a year. So, yeah, and Denver also has Jerry Jeudy at wide receiver as well. So they go defense here in the first round of the night. Good pick by the Broncos. And we'll, at the end of the night, from 1 to 32, good pick, bad pick, somewhere in the middle on my thoughts and opinions on how tonight's going to go here. Dallas is not taking quarterback as they go to Mac Jones and Justin Fields. They have Dak Prescott locked up for years to come. Zeke's at running back. They really don't need any receivers either. But I wouldn't be shocked, honestly. I would not if Jerry Jones takes Devontae Smith right now. Of course, Kyle Pitts is gone, so maybe Dallas waits to take a tight end later on tonight if they trade back into the late first round, or tomorrow, day 2, rounds 2 and 3, or even on Saturday. Because after Devontae Smith, I mean, tonight for receivers, it's going to be Rondale Moore and Rashard Bateman. And that's rock bottom for receivers tonight, if those two even go. Because if they don't, they'll be early picks tomorrow. You look at tight ends, behind Pitts, there's not really anybody that's first round worthy, especially the top 10 pick. So Dallas, of course, well, the Cowboys have traded the pick to the Eagles of all teams. So the Eagles are trading up to, I would say, take Devontae Smith right now. So breaking news, first draft trade of the evening is the 10th overall pick. Just as it was a few years ago with the Steelers trading up to 10 to take Devin Bush via the Denver Broncos out of Michigan. Hopefully he'll recover from his knee injury from this past year as well, and be good to go. As the Steelers lost Bud Dupree, we'll see if they go running back, offensive line, defensive line, linebacker when they pick it 24. But the Dallas Cowboys have now officially traded the 10th overall pick to the Philadelphia Eagles of all teams. So the Eagles are on the clock. They got 2 minutes and 50 seconds to pick. Well, we'll throw Dallas out of the equation. They trade back to 12, I would assume. So Dallas trades back a few spots. Yeah, you got to go to Devontae Smith here. Exactly. Just said that. Because they don't need a quarterback. They have Jalen Hurts. However, they do have a new head coach after they fired Doug Peterson. The Giants are at 11. So the Eagles are screwing Big Blue once some more. Yeah, this has to be Devontae Smith. They need a receiver bad. And then what? That would be 3 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, and a tight end, all in the top 10 tonight. I think that would be history making. And then Penei Sewell and the 2 corners out of the SEC with Horn and Certain, the 3 defenders going in the top 10 as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. And then you get into, as mentioned, 11 and 12. 11 is the Giants. 12 is now the Cowboys. 12 is now the Dallas Cowboys. Because the Eagles just trade up to 10. So this 12 pick's been on the market. It's been a total of 4 different teams now once it's all said and done. Okay, draft details. Eagles acquire the 10th pick from the Cowboys for the 12th pick and a 3rd rounder tomorrow night, 84th overall. All right, so the 3rd round pick involved in that trade as well. Check in on any other notifications I need to know about. I doubt it, just everything that I'm watching right now and talking about. So yeah. And actually, Denver not after Aaron Rodgers. That's breaking news. Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay for Pro Bowl quarterback. All right. Rodgers, for the time being, is going to stay in Titletown. Just when they pick later on in the first round here, at 29 overall, you would just hope they're going to satisfy Aaron Rodgers and get him a playmaker that he can get the ball to. So, yeah, trade details with what I just mentioned. Eagles get the 10th pick. They're on the clock right now. Picks in. And then Dallas falls back to 12 with a 3rd rounder also being involved. So, yeah, the Eagles, they were supposed to have the 6th. They traded to 12. Miami took 6. Took who they took in Jalen Waddle. And then, Philly up to 10 via the Dallas Cowboys. Which is a little odd. You don't really see, especially in the first round, an in-division trade with teams that are in the same division with the Philadelphia Eagles and Dallas Cowboys. So, yeah, of all teams, Dallas trades at the Philly. So Dallas, well, at 12, of course, they're going to get a 3rd round pick out of it too. Still help out their defense because they're going to have to cover whoever the hell Philly's going to take here, as we're all thinking it's going to be Devontae Smith, but we'll see. Philly in the offseason, as we'll jump to the NFC East with their new head coach, as mentioned, via the Indianapolis Colts. Philly, they did sign Joe Flacco to back up Jalen Hurts because Carson Wentz in Indianapolis now. But other than that, because the Eagles, just with all their issues, one, they really don't have a whole lot of money, just as the Raiders don't really either, along with Denver, even though they're about $24 million under the cap to make a deal for Aaron Rodgers. Is it worth it? Yeah, but is it? In the end, well, to them, of course not. So they say, at least. We'll see. But who are the Eagles taking at 10? So fly, Eagles, fly. Who's going to the city of brotherly love? Devontae Smith, wide receiver at Alabama. So Jalen Hurts, another former teammate. I think that might be history making. We've had 3 quarterbacks, 3 receivers selected in this top 10 tonight in this first round of the 2021 NFL Draft. However, there's been 3 player combos also now selected since the 5th pick. Jamar Chase reunites with Joe Burrow. Jalen Waddle reunites with Tua. And now Devontae Smith reunites with Jalen Hurts. So, Alabama, with all the players Nick Saban has put through Tuscaloosa into the NFL, especially all the wide receivers, and now 2 in this top 10 tonight, and Waddle and Smith. Yeah, you go back to Julio, Calvin Ridley. I mean, Jerry Jeudy out in Denver. Henry Ruggs. List goes on and on and on. Excuse me. So, yeah. At least Philly has a weapon to throw to. Travis Fulgham led the team in receiving last year. So Jalen Hurts, Miles Sanders, and Devontae Smith. And Zach Ertz is still there at tight end, but he's been allowed to seek a trade if he wishes. So keep an eye out for his name to potentially get moved this weekend. But now the Giants are on the clock at 11. Saquon Barkley said he should be good to go for the start of the season, coming back from his ACL injury. So the Giants, they did sign a few receivers along with tight end Kyle Rudolph. So I would assume, unless the Giants are going to trade back here, they're going to take a defender. And that could be, I know I'm going on and on about Micah Parsons, but he's, well, okay, the Giants trade the pick to the Bears. All right, so the Bears are trading up. So, well, we'll give them to Chicago now. And we'll see trade details with this in a minute. The Bears are trading up from 20. So I'd assume the Giants are now going to pick at 20, from 11 to 20, 20 to 11 for the Bears. Who knows what the Bears are going to do? Honestly. Giants to Chicago. Yeah, so this might be Justin Fields, honestly. Or Mac Jones. Alright, so whoever the hell else the Bears are going to bring in to play quarterback, as you know, they're a quarterback dumpster fire. They're a quarterback garbage city. The Bears really, I mean, you go back to when they won the Super Bowl, Jim McMahon playing quarterback. The Bears are not a quarterback team. They play defense, run football. They just signed Andy Dalton. Well, it's either going to be, and Justin Fields is nowhere to be found. Everybody has left the couch. It's either going to be Mac Jones or Justin Fields as the quarterback. I mean, yeah, I guess it will be a quarterback because you're not going to trade up 9 spots for somebody that of their caliber that you're not going to want. So, picks in for the Bears. So, yeah, we could see 5 quarterbacks in the top 15 when it's all said and done after New England. Bears are going to take quarterback now, I guess. Yeah. They have Andy Dalton, but you look at their division. You have Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers, and Jared Goff. Okay, Andy Dalton's there, but whether it's going to be Mac Jones or Justin Fields, try to make up for the Mitch Trubisky debacle when they could have had Mahomes and Watson. If it's going to be Justin Fields, yeah. They did sign Damian Williams. Re-signed, well, franchise tagged Allen Robinson as well. So Matt Nagy's got at least one more year. But unless they win more than 8 games, they'll be around a little bit longer. But yeah, who is Chicago going to bring in now to help out the Bears? Maybe Rashawn Slater from right down the road. at Northwestern. Maybe Northwestern's also got a defensive back that could get picked tonight or early tomorrow. But the pick's in for the Bears. There's a special presentation. What for? Okay. The NFL Draft-a-thon with COVID. They're going to announce they raise so much money probably. And if Chicago does take quarterback right now, it's going to be the biggest shock of the top 11. And Schefter had the details. See if I can get them as well. I know he had said a first, a fourth, and a fifth, if I'm not mistaken. Bears acquire the 11th pick in exchange with the Giants for the 20th. A fifth rounder this year, and then a first and a fourth next year in 2022. So the Giants are going to win out on this deal. Because the Bears are probably going to, one way or another, screw this up with whoever they select here. But you bring in a quarterback to learn behind Andy Dalton. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad choice. With the 11th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Bears select who? Justin Fields out of the Ohio State University. So he goes from Atlanta to Athens to Columbus, and now he's in Chi-Town. Justin Fields, the former one-time Penn State commit who decommitted, went to Georgia, transferred out of Georgia to Ohio State, led them to the national championship game this past year, is a first-round pick this year in the draft, 11th overall to the Chicago Bears. Don't know how I feel about it just yet. As mentioned, I would have to say, yeah, the biggest shock, biggest surprise thus far tonight in the draft. The Bears just took Justin Fields. Dallas is at 12. They're on the clock. Going back to them, it's going to be defense. And then at 13 and 14, it's the Chargers and Vikings. They don't need quarterbacks. Mac Jones is going to fall to the New England Patriots, and Bill Belichick is going to look like a goddamn genius. Now, that's unless he feels he can trade back and still get him a little bit later on, because at 16, you got the Cardinals, the Raiders at 17, the Dolphins at 18. If I'm New England, the furthest I'm trading back is to 18 with the Dolphins, if the Dolphins are willing to trade up. Because at 19, Mac Jones could go to Washington. Because Alex Smith has since retired. They actually let him go, and then he retired. He was a potential fit for a few of these teams that need quarterbacks, but he's since retired. So Alex Smith, along with Drew Brees, and a few others have since retired from the game. I mean, the Raiders could take Mac Jones maybe if they want to move on eventually from Derek Carr. You know, Gruden likes that big 6'5" quarterback that can run play action for him. I want to be shocked there, but you know, Washington brought in Ryan Fitzpatrick just for this next year, it seems like. Also still have Taylor Heineke, but really long term, are those the answers at quarterback for them? No. So Mac Jones, he'll get picked by the end of the top 20 here, because the Giants aren't going to take him either at 20 now. Justin Fields is a Bear. He went from being a Bulldog to a Buckeye, and now he's a Bear. So, triple BBBC. But, Mac Jones is going to be off the board here before too long. We'll see if anybody tries to trade up ahead of New England now. You look at the end of the first round, or teams that don't have first round picks, as mentioned, with the Texans, Seahawks, and Rams. They don't need quarterbacks at all. The Saints are still trying to move up. Maybe if they can't get in the top 10, of course, now we're at 12, they can get ahead of New England at 15 and get to 14. And Mac Jones goes from Alabama to the Bayou. Or if Aaron Rodgers gets traded, well, they have Jordan Love, though. Mac Jones isn't going to Green Bay, Buffalo, Baltimore, and Tampa. Tampa, if he would fall in the first round, I wouldn't be shocked they draft him. But Mac Jones, in my opinion right now, as he's the last quarterback to be drafted with these 5 that we thought were going to be picked tonight in this first round, he's going to either go to New England at 15, maybe the Raiders at 17. Gruden doing something like that wouldn't shock me. Picks in for the Cowboys, though. 19 to Washington, and then New Orleans. So there's 4 teams for a quarterback that Mac Jones could go to. But Dallas right now, and I know we still got to get back to all these other teams that we didn't really go over with everything they've, done since the end of the season and all that, and we'll get to that, along with a full recap at the end. So stay tuned, but thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Currently right now, 12th picks in for the Cowboys. It's going to be defense. It's going to be defense. You could go... honestly, too, they're always trying to help out their offensive line to run football with Zeke. It goes Slater out of Northwestern. Jim Harbaugh's Michigan defenders have, for the most part, worked out in the NFL. Kwity Paye's sitting there. They could go Jalen Phillips out of the U as well. Linebacker, well, other than ends, you get to the defensive line. Barmore's not going to go until later. Linebacker, it's Penn State, Notre Dame, and Tulsa tonight. And, Dallas traded back from 10 to 12 because 2 picks ahead of them, back-to-back. Their 2 corners they wanted were picked. So, maybe Asante Samuel Jr. Of course, his dad played in the league for how long? I wouldn't be shocked he goes to Buffalo with Sean McDermott a little bit later on if he falls. Caleb Farley out of Vautech is a little bit banged up, so that's why he's fell to this point. If I'm Dallas right now, I take Micah Parsons, linebacker out of Penn State, to replace Sean Lee. He is the best available for them to fill in on defense. Because even though Washington won the division last year, and the Eagles and Giants weren't that far behind, the Cowboys are still the best team in this NFC East. They're still the best team in the division on paper. So Micah Parsons is now a Dallas Cowboy. That Cowboy fan just loving the announcement. And the Dallas Cowboys select another linebacker from Penn State. About a decade apart. Go back to 2010, they took Sean Lee in the second round. He's since retired, just retired last week. So you fill the void with another linebacker from Linebacker U in Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons from Harrisburg. One-time Penn State decommitted, committed to Ohio State. On fans, Buckeye fans remember quite well. Decommitted from the shoe, returned home, and played for Penn State the past few years, but opted out this past year. Did not play in 2020, so he hasn't played in a little over a year in a full-blown live game. But he's going to be a plug and play for Dallas on defense. And I know a few Cowboy fans personally that are absolutely loving this pick right now. Micah Parsons to the Big D. So Micah Parsons is now officially a Dallas Cowboy. So another reason for a Steeler fan myself to like and root, other than of course when the Steelers are playing them, and they beat them this past year too, I might add, that a reason to root for the Dallas Cowboys for the next decade or so. At least a player or two. The thing with Sean Lee, he could not stay healthy. He was hurt year in and year out, and it sucked. Because you go back to Postlesny, Dan Connor, and Sean Lee until Micah Parsons came to Penn State. There was a little gap for the linebackers that were playing in the blue and white with the caliber of players, the type that they were. Nothing against anybody that's played football for Penn State or played linebacker in that time frame since then. But Micah Parsons is now a Dallas Cowboy. Damn good pick by Jerry Jones. So they go defense. They trade back and get a third rounder this year for him too. Philly gets who they want, Devontae Smith. Dallas trades back and they still get who they want, Micah Parsons at 12. So the Chargers now on the clock at 13. They just brought over Aaron Rodgers' former center to have Justin Herbert, the pervert, touch him. And we'll get more into what the Chargers did this past offseason. But with the Chargers, all three receivers are off the board. Kyle Pitts is off the board. You got to go more protection, I would assume, for Justin Herbert. They could even trade back here. They got about 3 minutes to pick. Because you look at them at the running back position with the running backs that could very well get picked by the end of the night. Yeah, they could be a fit for the LA Chargers. But if I'm LA right now, just with, like I said, get into with what they did in the offseason. Corey Linsley coming over from Green Bay. Matt Flyer out there now as well. This might be this run on defensive players with the picks that we've just seen, with Dallas taking Micah Parsons at 12, Justin Fields going to the Bears at 11, and then Devontae Smith at 10 to the Eagles. 8-9, Carolina and Denver took corners. Dallas just took a linebacker. Chargers did sign Jared Cook as well because they lost Hunter Henry to the Patriots. So the Patriots were back to their two tight end system they had with Gronk and Hernandez. And as mentioned, Johnny Smith signed there as well, so it's Johnny Smith and Hunter Henry. Miami with Gesicki, they want to go out a little bit later on. I mean, maybe if the Chargers were to reach here for a tight end, okay, but be really reaching, especially at 13. Picks in, though, for the Chargers. Never really know what the Chargers are going to do in the first round of the draft. Took Herbert last year. Look at players they could potentially take here. I mean, Rashawn Slater would probably be the best bet. Have him play tackle for you. You brought in a new center in Linsley. Slater from the Big Ten as well. Northwestern maybe. But like I said, maybe a run on defensive players. You know, Jalen Phillips sitting there. Notre Dame and Tulsa's linebackers are there as well, following Micah Parsons just being selected. If they'd want to reach for maybe even go Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State, if they'd want to reach for another receiver, as mentioned, the only other receivers I see getting picked tonight, if any more at all, it's going to be Rondell Moore or Rashard Bateman, both from Purdue and Minnesota, respectively. But at 13, you could have traded back to, you know, get more picks, and somebody just cashed in on plus 1,000. Yeah, Justin Fields, or nobody cashed in, but Fields was 1,000 to 1 to go to the Bears, and he does at 11. So that's news to anybody that cares. But yeah, Mac Jones is the one quarterback that's falling now. As mentioned, he's going to fall to New England. It looks like at 15. Belichick's going to look like a goddamn genius. 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. We're through 13 picks, with 14 being the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. Mike Zimmer still there. Signed an extension. They're going to get defense for sure. Took Justin Jefferson, wide receiver LSU last year in the first round. Yeah, the Chargers, I would say, yeah. Rashawn Slater or Tucker, since he just got cut by the WWE out of USC, to stay in LA and play for the Chargers. So, it's getting to the hard part for this mid-first round. It's like, well, this team could do this team could do that. You know, we still could have some trades. It's the thing with the draft. It's so unpredictable. You can predict it all you want. You're not going to get it right. You know, that's really why I quit doing mock drafts, because, like I said, this year, and I believe last year as well, I didn't do a mock draft. Like, the first time in quite a while. Because I normally do them, you know, every single year, going back to what I said earlier. Covering draft on the channel here, at least, since 2016, but going back to 2004, and then around 2006, I would say, when I first started doing mock drafts. You know, just say the top 10 picks, or in the end, the whole entire first round. But it's getting interesting now. Chargers don't need quarterback. Vikings could trade back, maybe. So if somebody wants to trade up to 14 ahead of New England and take Mac Jones, well, now's your time to do so. Maybe that's New Orleans. Maybe that's Washington. But Louis Riddick has left the set. Probably in a bathroom break. I don't know where he went, though. Unless he turned into Mr. Invisible Man. Chargers draft room. Their picks in. So who's it going to be? Who, as the New Day would say. 13th overall pick belongs to the LA Chargers. And they will select Rashawn Slater, the tackle out of Northwestern. So, all right. A few quarterbacks now with Jared Goff in Detroit. And the other team in LA that Jared Goff was a part of, not the Rams, now the Chargers, they get protection for their quarterbacks in Jared Goff and Justin Herbert. And there's Pat Fitzgerald. I believe this is his highest ever Northwestern Wildcat to be drafted in the NFL draft while he's been a head coach. Rashawn Slater, 13th overall to the Chargers. So he heads from Chicago to Los Angeles. He's heading out west like the mob did back in the day. Plug and play as well. That's the thing with offensive linemen. If you're playing tackle, right or left, you're going to be able, should be at least, be able to play all 5 positions on the line, 9 times out of 10. If you're coming from the inside, center or guard, every once in a while you could be able to, if they need you to swing out to the tackle position or, another guard spot, I should say, excuse me. Yeah. Offensive lineman along with defensive lineman, if you play inside, outside, you're helping your case more. Because you can do all that and you can play on whatever down it is the whole entire game. You're going to play. So, good pick by the Chargers here at 13, Rashawn Slater. Minnesota's up at 14. They're going to take a defensive player. I can guarantee that. So, knowing Mike Zimmer, he likes secondary. Top 2 corners are already off the board, though. Could go Asante Samuel Jr. Could go Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech. The thing is, I think it would be a reach at 14 for him because of the injury. You could trade back and still get him a later. Greg Newsome II is the other Northwestern Wildcat at corner that could very well get drafted tonight as well. So shout out to Pat Fitzgerald, Northwestern Wildcats, as they represented the Big Ten West this past year in the Big Ten Championship game. You get a linebacker from Minnesota. Yeah. Go south to Indiana. Go to Notre Dame. Living on Tulsa time as well. Go down to Oklahoma. Take a few linebackers from those schools. Christian Barmore, I think, would fit with Minnesota. Actually, the Vikings trade this pick to the Jets. So the Jets are on the clock. Who are the Jets now going to pick? They have a minute and a half to select. Louis Riddick is back on set with Mike Greenberg, Booger McFarland, and Mel Kiper Jr. So the Jets, okay, take a look at the draft order here. The Jets, their second pick was at 23. They acquired that from Seattle with Jamal Adams. So I would assume, Minnesota's now going to pick at 23 ahead of the Steelers at 24. See if that comes back and bites the black and gold or not. Maybe Caleb Farley there or Asante Samuel Jr. there. Minnesota going to get more picks out of it as well. So the Jets took Zach Wilson at 2. They need everything, so they could go offense, they could go defense here. They could even go running back if they'd want. You have Najee Harris out of Alabama, Travis Etienne out of Clemson. I wanted, not this early at least, take one of the 2 North Carolina running backs. Picks in for the Jets, so they traded up. They know who they want. Man, the Jets. We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll find out after the break, I guess. But just as we took a little while to get through the first almost 8 picks, it sort of sped up. Now it's starting to slow back down again. About midway through the first round, so yeah, I'd say we're on schedule, on par to get through 11:30 midnight for the end of the first round. Drew Brees already doing commercials in his retirement. He's hooked up with Lowe's, which is, yes, better than Home Depot. So yeah, the Jets. Man, the Jets. The thing is with the Jets in the first round, you go through all the years, they just don't know how to pick. They don't. Zach Wilson too, though. They did sign Corey Davis and Tevin Coleman, so they do have a running back and a receiver. or a receiver and running back respectively. Tyler Croft comes in at tight end. They obviously have their eye on somebody, but who? Who do the Jets have their eye on? They took Mekhi Becton out of Louisville this time in the first round last year. He's still there at tackle to protect. Now the new starting quarterback, the Jets, and Zach Wilson. Sam Darnold is no longer on the team. Do they go Rondale Moore or Rashard Bateman this early? If so, that's a complete reach. Tight end, no. It'd be running back, if anything. Maybe Tucker or Jenkins. Or even Leatherwood or Dickerson from Alabama on offensive line. Maybe we're going to see a run now on O-linemen. Because you got to be able to protect. Kwity Paye at D-end. I bet you it's Jalen Phillips out of Miami. Because Robert Saleh, the new head coach of Jets, comes over from San Francisco, former defense coordinator for them. Hey, at 2, they took an offensive player. Got their quarterback, in quotes, for the next few years. Not for the future, but until they decide on what they're going to do moving forward then. Because anymore, that's just how it goes. There's always somebody else out there better than you. And they felt like Zach Wilson was better than Sam Darnold, so they traded him and drafted Zach. I bet you any money it's going to be Jalen Phillips. So you're going to be Jalen Phillips or Tucker. And I'm not going to botch his name, so that's why I'm only saying his last name. The guard out of USC. To get Zach Wilson some protection. So, wrap it up or get stuck paying. Yeah. I bet you any money it's going to be Jalen Phillips here. They could go one of those 2 linebackers as well from Notre Dame or Tulsa as well. We'll see what the Jets do here. We're back from commercial break. And we're still going to get into everything else that these teams did if we get a chance, but that's the plan. Maybe the Jets are going to take a kicker, just because. Okay, they take Elijah Vera Tucker. That's how you pronounce it. Elijah Vera Tucker, the guard, play anywhere on the offensive line though. Out of USC to protect Zach Wilson. Now Mac Jones is on the phone at 15 because New England Patriots are on the clock. So does Bill Belichick get the heir apparent. Tom Brady, 2 years after he leaves, brings in Cam Newton to, play for the time being. But Mac Jones, the Alabama New England Patriot connection with Nick Saban and Bill Belichick going back to their Cleveland Brown days. And, hey, full circle, the draft this year's in Cleveland as well. So, Mac Jones is about to be a New England Patriot here in a matter of 10 minutes. So, Elijah Vera Tucker, guard, offensive lineman, can play tackle if needed. He's 6'4", 300+ pounds. His highlights, though, him playing guard. Hey, just think if Sam Darnold was still there, 2 former USC teammates. We're seeing a lot of teammate combos come back through. But, of course, Darnold's in Carolina now. Jets they go out west. Go to BYU and USC. Zach Wilson and Elijah Vera Tucker. Quarterback and offensive lineman. Running back later, maybe. We'll see. Maybe another weapon. But the Patriots Actually, they're saying the Jets are on the clock again. Why are the Jets on the clock again? Is there, or has there been another trade at 15? So there's the Jets' clock is running, but yeah, the Patriots are on the clock. Okay, so ESPN says, oh my, that's a complete botch, that Mac Jones also just got selected by the Jets. So the Jets, because they're the goddamn Jets, New York Jets, take Mac Jones, take Zach Wilson and Mac Jones in this first round. No, okay. Graphics were a little screwy. Patriots are on the clock at 15 after the Jets just traded up from 23 to 14 with the Vikings. So the Vikings are picking out 23. Where's Nike the dog? Is he going to make this pick? The Patriots are on the clock. They got about 6 minutes to actually picks in. They're going to take Mac Jones. He was just on the phone, all smiles. This has to be Mac Jones. Mac Jones is going to be a Patriot. So I was wrong with Jalen Phillips. He'll fall here. Be picked shortly, I would assume. Yeah, this has to be Mac Jones. And the Patriots don't even have to trade up to get him. So they're talking a lot about this draft-a-thon to donate. If you'd like to donate a subscription to this YouTube channel, be sure to hit that red subscribe button. Thank you for your service. But, yeah, this is going to be Mac Jones for the Patriots. And everybody's, how the hell did we let this happen? I mean, I did say if they want offensive line and be one of those few offensive linemen that I've named off, but I'm not patting myself on the back by any means. It's the NFL draft. It's so unpredictable. So the New England Patriots are going to select at 15th overall. Mac Jones, quarterback at Alabama. So Mac Jones is going to come in and compete with Cam Newton for the starting job. And Mac Jones with Nick Saban is going Mac Jones to Bill Belichick. And as mentioned, full circle, drafts in Cleveland. They used to be assistant coaches together with the Browns. Mac Jones is a New England Patriot at 15. Bill Belichick gets his guy. Takes a quarterback in the first round for the first time ever as a Patriot coach. Of course, you go back to Brady. He was a 6th-round pick, number 199 overall. Mac Jones is a New England Patriot. And over-under him starting by week 8. I would say... he'll get into play in relief before then. Whether he starts though before week 8 or not, I don't know yet. So I'm asking and sort of answering but not answering my own question. And he just led Alabama to the national championship this past year. Can he lead the New England Patriots to a Super Bowl? Something Brady did 6 times. And Brady just picked up number 7 in Tampa. Cardinals are on the clock at 16. Their pick's already in. So we got some comments here. Those are from a little bit ago, so sorry I didn't see sooner, but it's the NFL draft. You gotta be on your feet. Had a few trades. It's been a good night for the draft, I've thought, so far. Not a surprise, Belichick takes Mac Jones out of Alabama. Of course, Jimmy G's not coming home now. Where does Cam Newton go after this year? Because that's the thing with all these quarterbacks that are coming in to compete for jobs that are owned by other quarterbacks right now, over time, like look at Jordan Love last year with the Rodgers though. Okay, that's an exception because he didn't even play. But when, for the most part, you're going to play in a handful of games this year, put up some numbers. Clock's ticking for whoever the starter is right now because you're going to be on the outs. Whoever's coming in is eventually going to wind up being the starter. So, Mac Jones, New England Patriot. Good pick. Very good pick. And he fell to him at 15. Belichick didn't have to do a damn thing to trade up. So all 5 quarterbacks gone now in this top 15 of tonight's first round of the 2021 NFL Draft. So Nick Saban and Bill Belichick, college NFL coaches for Mac Jones, couldn't get any better. So we'll see what Arizona does now at 16. As this past offseason, Cardinals pulled up here. They did sign James Conner. They did sign A.J. Green. They did trade for Rodney Hudson from the Raiders. Arizona, with what they did, or what their offense was last year, I wouldn't just not mind. Yeah, Cardinals picks in, so we'll see what they do here, but I wouldn't be shocked if they take another offensive player right now. But if I'm them, I'd go defense. You got to stop Russell Wilson, along with Matthew Stafford now in LA with the Rams, and Jimmy G and Trey Lance. So maybe secondary, maybe an edge rusher, maybe this Jalen Phillips from the U. Oh, they take Zaven Collins from Tulsa. All right. Linebacker from Tulsa. All right. That's a good pick for them, too. I was hoping he would have fell to the Steelers. Yeah. That might be a little bit of a reach for him at 16. But still a good pick. The thing is, you got to find a trade partner to make a trade. Because if you want to trade but there's nobody to trade with, well, you're stuck. So that's why I think a few of these picks, teams are trying to trade back as they always try to, or whatever the case may be. But you gotta have another partner. Go dancing takes 2 to tango. So maybe a little bit of a reach as mentioned, but good pick for the Arizona Cardinals. As rather than living in the central time zone on Tulsa time, he's going to be living out on the West Coast in the desert in Cliff Kingsbury's palace. I'm sure he's not drafted from there tonight by any means. They're probably headquarters just like everyone else. But the NFL did say that they were going to allow teams to choose where they wanted to set up their draft room, their war room, if you will. But now on the clock with less than 5 minutes to pick are the silver and black, whether they're in Oakland, LA, Oakland again now in Vegas. The Raiders will always be the Raiders. So the Raiders are on the clock tonight at 17th overall here. I would have to assume defense. There's not really anybody on offense that I could see them selecting. Last year they took Henry Ruggs out of Alabama, of course. As we saw last year with 2 Alabama receivers go, and Jerry Jeudy and Ruggs, same thing tonight with Waddle and Devontae Smith. So you want to get to the NFL, I don't care what position you're going to play. That top tier team or school you want to go to is located in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Nick Saban is still the head football coach. You want to go to the Alabama Crimson Tide, okay? Because every once in a while, okay, I get, yeah, there's going to be a bust. But for the most part, he puts talent through school and they get to the league. And I don't know how many total Alabama players are in the NFL, but it's a good percentage of the 32 teams. So, don't know the exact numbers mentioned, but it's like the NFL has turned into Alabama U. Honestly, I mean, you think about it, there's always at least a handful of Alabama guys drafted in the first round every single year. And that's credit to Nick Saban and his coaching staff. He's won how many goddamn national championships since he arrived? So, when you win, players see that, of course. They want to come in, they see all the talent you put through, though. They want to be just like them. Well, they're themselves, of course, but they're going to get there eventually, too. And we're seeing that continue. So, the Raiders are on the clock. We're at a commercial break, but 2 minutes and change to select. You know, like I said, it has to be defense. Because you look at this list now. Gone, 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 gone. We're getting down there, you know, mid to late first round now. I mean, maybe if they'd want to take a shot on Caleb Farley to help their secondary play corner, you know, like I said, they're going to have to go up against Herbert, whoever's going to play quarterback for the Broncos, whether it be Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater. That seems to be their two quarterbacks for this next year. And then Mahomes still in Kansas City. So maybe Kwity Paye from Michigan. We just saw two linebackers go since 12 with Micah Parsons and Zaven Collins from Penn State and Tulsa, respectively. Maybe they take Jeremiah Owusie from Notre Dame. Jalen Phillips out of Miami, an edge rusher. Maybe get some protection for Derek Carr because their whole entire offensive line, basically from last year, is no more. So you got to be able to run the football with Josh Jacobs and open up the play action that Gruden likes to run with Derek Carr slinging it. So, and with all the weapons they already have, they really don't need any more right now in the first round. But picks in for the Raiders. We'll see what they do here. They can get, you know, talent later on. That's why the draft's 7 rounds. Of course, back in the day, it used to be a zillion number of rounds, but they got it down to 7, and that's what it's been. And it used to be 1 and 2 on Saturday, and then 3 through 7 on Sunday, but now it's a 3-day spectacular. It's round 1 on night 1, and then day 2, rounds 2 and 3, as mentioned earlier, and then on Saturday, 4 through 7. Maybe Asante Samuel Jr., just with, you know, Gruden's been around. He's played against his father, you know, Asante Samuel Sr., who bounced around the league on a few different teams during his career. Maybe him here. Elijah Moore's another receiver to keep an eye out for tonight as well, maybe. Raiders aren't going to take another Alabama running back right now, Najee Harris. They have Josh Jacobs. Maybe offensive line, though. Here's Roger Goodell with the Raiders pick. So the Raiders at 17 are going to select 2. They take Alex Leatherwood, lineman from Alabama. All right. So that might be a little bit of a reach, but they obviously liked them. And in back-to-back first rounds, the Raiders take Alabama players. Mel Kiper doesn't know what to think. He's probably going to say Landon Dickerson's a better player. Leatherwood 6'4.5", 313. Offensive lineman, can play anywhere. Dolphins are on the clock. Shout out to Miami Dolphins and all Fins fans. Miami's got to get defense. They got to get defense here. Maybe they stick with Phillips, stay in South Beach. Maybe take the Notre Dame linebacker here. I mean, this is good for, a few of these teams are going to be picking in the early 20s, early to mid-20s that, whether they're going to pick whatever positions, okay, running back, lineman, quarterback again, anything on defense. All right. Alex Leatherwood going to the Raiders at 17. They probably could have traded back and still got him. But they like the pick. And he's going to replace Rodney Hudson, it looks like, who they traded to the Cardinals. So, yeah, we'll see how it unfolds for the Raiders. But, they have, other than Josh Jacobs, Kenyon Drake, a former Dolphin and Cardinal now, and Theo Riddick at running back, so they have a three-head backfield. They need linemen, and they took Alex Leatherwood, so it makes sense. They did sign a few receivers as well, and John Brown, Zay Jones, and Willie Snead. Re-signed Richie Incognito. And Nick Martin as well. It is a good pick. Solomon Thomas coming over from San Fran to play D-line for him. Carl Joseph as well, play safety. It is a good pick for the Raiders to go lineman, but, Leatherwood now, yeah, probably a bit of a reach. But he'll play. He's going to be plug and play. He'll play right away. But, yeah, they probably could trade it back for him and still got him. And that's what I'm saying, yeah. Now some teams are starting to reach for players. And they could have took another offensive lineman, but they obviously didn't want to take a chance on not getting him. They must have loved him compared to other linemen, so they took him. I get it. It makes sense with what they're trying to do. Run the football, open play action, play good defense. That's John Gruden football. Dolphins pick is in now here at 18. Goodell is actually showing these fans of each respective team the pick before he announces it, as they're sitting in his chair on the stage. So the Dolphins, they should go defense here, I would assume. Jalen Phillips from the U. So he's going to stay in Miami, stay in South Beach. Jalen Phillips goes from being a Hurricane to a Miami Dolphin now. So he's not going to have to move at all. So that's another good pick. He's really the first edge rusher off the board. We haven't had a defensive lineman selected yet. We've had a few linebackers, but to this point, no edge rushers like him. So if he would have fell to a few other teams a little bit later on, of course, I would assume they would have liked to have him as well. Played at UCLA, transferred to Miami, wore that number 15 this past year. And there's a highlight of him sacking Trevor Lawrence, who went number 1 earlier to the Jaguars. And now both those players are going to be playing in the Sunshine State of Florida with Jacksonville and Miami, respectively. Good pick by Miami. 2 good picks by Miami, I thought, in this first round. I would have went Smith over Waddle, though, at receiver, but they still get a Alabama receiver, and they always work out for the most part. So Well, they're trying to do down South Beach as well. On the verge of making the playoffs. Need to get over that hump, though. Well, with New England just drafting Mac Jones, okay, Zach Wilson drafted earlier by the Jets, and Josh Allen is still in Buffalo, and Tua is down in Miami with the Fins. You got to either protect your quarterback or get after him. And Miami tonight got a weapon for Tua, and now also getting an edge rusher to get after those other three quarterbacks in the same division. I believe they were the first team, oh, actually the Jets were, sorry, to pick twice already tonight. So 2 AFC East teams now picked twice. And in the meantime, on the clock at 19 is the team formerly known as the Washington Redskins. That's what they'll always be known as, though, new Washington football team. They, as mentioned, cut ties with Alex Smith. He's since retired. We'll get to Washington here in a second. As we take a look at the rest of the NFC East as well, with Philly and Dallas already selecting. The Giants traded back from 11-20 with the Bears. They took Justin Fields. So they'll be picking here shortly. But on the clock right now is Washington. But as mentioned, to replace Alex Smith, they signed Ryan Fitzpatrick, who has played for the Dolphins before, who just picked. They still have Taylor Heineke from Old Dominion. Signed Lamar Miller, re-signed him. Signed Adam Humphries from Tampa. Talked about Curtis Samuel earlier, from Carolina as well, to play wide receiver. They signed Billy Jackson from Cincy, who a couple years ago out of Houston, I do believe, really didn't work out with the Bengals, so he moves on. If I know Washington and Ron Rivera at 19 here, yeah, they could probably use a little bit of everything. They're going to go defense as well. So it's just a thought on who it's going to be, with now Jalen Phillips now officially off the board. Go Caleb Farley from right down the road in Blacksburg, Virginia Tech. Cody Pay from up in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Maybe the Notre Dame linebacker, and Jeremiah Awuzie. Asante Samuel Jr., I would assume, has to be on their radar. Newsom from Northwestern. Maybe a running back. Maybe Washington goes running back here at 19, first of the night. Picks in. Commercial break, though. We'll get back to the action shortly. Because coming up at 20 is going to be the Giants. So who honestly knows what they're going to do? And then 21 is the Colts, 22 is the Titans. Vikings are now picking at 23, and then the Steelers and Jaguars round out top 25. So, let's see what Washington does here. A few other teams that have already picked either once or twice that we haven't really gone over what they've done this offseason, we'll get into now before we get back to the next pick here. Miami was just on the clock this past offseason for them. Surprised they didn't take a running back in this first round. Maybe they try to trade back up late first here, get one, or early second tomorrow. They did sign Jacoby Brissett to come back in to back up Tua. Signed Will Fuller, receiver. Matt Collins as well, re-signed him. And still Devontae Parker. Plus, they're bringing in Jalen Waddle, too. Who? Oh, okay. Jamin Davis, linebacker from Kentucky. He's going to Washington to play with Riverboat Ron Rivera. So he goes from the bluegrass backwoods state of Kentucky to the nation's capital. Whether he's a Republican, Democrat, white, black, Asian, we're all Americans, folks. We all need to get along. So get your head out of your ass and let's get back to life. Highlights for Jamin Davis. Personally, don't really know a whole lot about him or his name. I know he went to Kentucky. That's why I said who when they announced it. But this interception, I know for a fact, he returned it like 80 yards to the house for pick 6 against Tennessee. Almost stumbled and didn't make it in, but at least he didn't fumble like Leon Lett, but still. He goes to Washington at 19, so the Giants are now on the clock at 20. So, back-to-back picks here. Well, recent picks, I'll say. Maybe a few reaches for a few players. You know, mid to late first round now, as we're getting into the night. But honestly, liking what some of these teams are doing. I am. You know, they're filling needs. Whether they are going to be plug and play right away or not, may have to sit and wait. And that's the thing with the draft. These teams are making the picks. We're not. The teams are. I mean, we can like it or disagree with it all we want. But tonight so far, I'm liking it. These teams are making the picks because they feel these players that they're drafting are, of course, you know, in the end, they feel they're going to make an impact and help the team out. Because the name of the game is to win. So the Giants are on at 20 right now via the trade with the Bears, in which Chicago took Justin Fields. So we're not going to have any quarterbacks selected the rest of the night, I don't think. If we do, if we'll have another quarterback selected tonight from 20 to 32, as we've already had Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, and Mac Jones selected. It'll probably be Kyle Trask from Florida. So no quarterbacks until tomorrow. Running backs, we could see a run on them here, these final 12, 13 picks of this first round. They don't need a running back, though. They got Saquon Barkley. As mentioned, the Giants as well. In free agency here. Just signed a receiver, as mentioned. As they're bringing in Mike Glennon to back up Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes. Devontae Booker comes over from Denver and the Raiders to back up Saquon. The Giants got Kenny Golladay and John Ross. He's another Bengal that really didn't work out. At wide receiver, Kyle Rudolph comes in from Minnesota. Maybe the Vikings go tight end at 23 to replace him. As the Vikings will pick coming up shortly. They really, and like I said, knowing Mike Zimmer, they'll go defense. They traded back from 14 a little bit ago. They helped out their offensive line for agency and the defense. But with Dalvin Cook at running back, they drafted Jefferson last year in first round wide receiver to replace Stephon Diggs, who they traded away to Buffalo before then. They could get him, and I speak of Kirk Cousins here with Minnesota, get him another weapon. I know Derek Chauvin's not going to be able to help out anymore, but, we'll see what happens here, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. be some interesting picks. But if I'm the Giants right now, honestly, they did franchise tag Leonard Williams, signed Danny Shelton and Dory Jackson from Tennessee to a big deal. I said defense earlier, if I'm not mistaken, with them at 11 before they traded back. That I mean, if they do go receiver, maybe it would have to be more Bateman or Morgan. More. Or maybe they go Asante Samuel Jr., knowing how damn good his dad was in the same division with the Eagles, making plays against the Giants twice a year. And then they get his son to play for them. I don't know what the Giants are going to do here. I honestly don't. The Giants are not taking quarterback right now, Brooke McFarland. Yeah, they're going to have to make a decision on Daniel Jones at some point in time. You know, Sam Darnold's out of town. Well, he might be next. Yeah, no doubt about it. But no. They wanted to trade it back with Chicago. If they're going to take quarterback, they would have took Justin Fields or Mac Jones themselves at 11. So I guess the Giants fan that sits in Roger Goodell's, or sitting in Roger Goodell's chair, I should say, is intrigued by the pick. He's liking it. We'll see if the rest of Big Blue Nation likes it or not. They take a wide receiver, Kadarius Toney, out of Florida. And it's a shoulder shrug from Giants fans. Like, what the hell? Seriously? So 2 Florida playmakers in Kyle Pitts and Kadarius Toney now off the board in the top 20 tonight. Colts are on the clock, so what's Indy going to do here? Maybe get a weapon for Carson Wentz. Maybe keep Rondell Moore in the state of Indiana. So it's a little bit of a shock. Yeah, these past few picks. The Jets at 14. They took Tucker out of USC with the trade with the Vikings. But since then, okay, 15 with Mac Jones going to New England. The Cardinals, I like the Zaven Collins pick, regardless of where he went. A little bit of a reach at 16. The Raiders at 17, taking Leatherwood. That was a reach for sure. The Dolphins, decent pick with Phillips at 18, like I said. And then these past 2 picks, 19 and 20 with Washington, New York. The Skins taking Davis, and now the Giants taking Toney. Back-to-back SEC players, one on defense, one on offense, respectively. Reaches. Mid-late first round right now. You can trade back, acquire more picks. But like I said, you got to find somebody to trade with, because if you don't have somebody to trade up to take your pick, you're stuck with it. You got to pick. And if you don't pick in the allotted time, it's going to the team behind you. And then you lose that pick. You don't get the pick. So, but like I said, obviously these teams feel these players are going to help out, whether it be right away or at some point down the line. That's why they're drafting them in the NFL, for God's sakes. So, Kadarius Toney going to the Giants. Another blue team at 21 here is Indianapolis Colts. If I'm them, like I said, I get Carson Wentz a weapon. I do. Even though they did re-sign Marlon Mack and T.Y. Hilton. And a lot of receivers, a lot of players actually. but more so not receivers. We're taking 1-year deals because next year with free agency is going to be bigger and better than probably ever has before. Just with the new TV contracts that were recently signed, the new, of course, 17-game regular season for the NFL that will begin this fall. The money's there, but it's taken some time to get to it. So until, with the salary cap, of course, the past year has been all haywire for everyone. Until everything gets, back to normal, head on straight, we're going to see some record-breaking deals as we've seen in the past beginning shortly. And we'll even look at, when tonight's all said and done, team depth charts with these plug-in players that these teams are drafting tonight. So we're going to stay on until, of course, the end of the first round, and then, a little extra time post tonight as well. So the Colts are on the clock, but still trying to go back through here. Yeah, we'll start with the Jaguars in the same division. AFC South, of course. They had number 1 overall pick. We're going to go back through just with every team that I missed or didn't give a full talking about, full explanation on really just what they did and what the future is going to hold for them, in my opinion, at least moving forward. So yeah, Lawrence is going to Jacksonville. Gardner Minshew is going to be out of town by the end of the weekend, I would say. They signed C.J. Beathard to back him up. Carlos Hyde's there with Robinson as a two-headed backfield. Agnew, Dorsett, and Jones as your 3 receivers. And then they'll pick at 25 here as the Colts picks in at 21. So a few picks away from Jacksonville picking again to become the 3rd team to pick twice tonight, followed by the Jets and Dolphins. But the Jags in free agency, they helped out their defense with Malcolm Brown, as mentioned, Sidney Jones, Shaquille Griffin. So 2 then was the Jets. Gang Green took Zach Wilson, and then they got him some protection at 14 with Tucker out of USC. Josh Adams and Tevin Coleman come in and play running back. Keelan Cole and Corey Davis, the receiver, along with Tyler Croft, the tight end. Carl Lawson to play D-end. The thing is, too, players that opted out last year can opt back in now to play this year. So some of these teams are, getting whichever players those players back. Jets, one of those teams. They also signed LaMarcus Joyner and Sheldon Rankins. 3 then was the 49ers. So head out west to San Fran as they took Trey Lance at number 3 overall from North Dakota State. Re-signed Kyle Juszczyk, signed Mohamed Sanu. They did end up re-signing Trent Williams as well, so whoever's going to play quarterback for him, whether it be Jimmy G or, of course, the future is Trey Lance. He'll be there to protect. They signed Alex Mack as well, away from Atlanta, former Brown, reunited with Kyle Shanahan. So they'll run the ball, run the play action, and play good defense. So look for San Fran to go defense, I would say, a little bit later on. 4 was, in fact, as the Colts pick is in, we're back from commercial as mentioned. 4 and 5 were Atlanta and Cincinnati. So you go to the Falcons and you go to the Bengals as they took pass catchers in Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase. Atlanta this past offseason signed Cordero Patterson, tight end Lee Smith, linebacker Berkevius Mingo as well. Not really a whole lot. I mean, new head coach in Arthur Smith, so we'll see what Falcons are going to be capable of moving forward. Bengals, and then see who the Colts pick here. And the Colts take Kwity Paye from Michigan. So he's going to stay in the Midwest. Kwity Paye is going to head down from Ann Arbor to Indianapolis and become a Colt. And that's a good pick for the Indianapolis Colts, I think. He'll fit in, get after Watson, who is the longest tenured quarterback in the division now. Who knows how much longer he'll be there, though. That's the thing with Watson and Rodgers. Well, it's a little too late to trade star quarterbacks now. You know, all those are said and done, especially the draft now tonight, but draft's all weekend, though, too, so we'll see what it gives. The Titans are on the clock, followed by the Vikings and Steelers and Jaguars. And then we'll get 26-32 to round out the night. But Kwity Paye is going to get after Watson, Ryan Tannehill, and Trevor Lawrence now with Jacksonville. So, good pick, I think, by the Indianapolis Colts here. They did not get Wentz a weapon here, but maybe a little bit later on. And like I said, we'll take a look at depth charts to plug these players in after the first round and give you a very early, way too early prediction for division winners and all that for next year as well. But with the Titans now on the clock, Mike Vrabel's still there as the head man. They got Tannehill. They got Derrick Henry, who, with the new NFL rule that players can change numbers, we'll see if, you know, star players are going to be in single digits or double digits as they were. They helped out their offensive line. They lost Jonnu Smith, as mentioned, but re-signed Jeff Swaim and agreed to terms with Anthony Firkser, so he comes back as well. Their big move, though, alongside signing Janoris Jenkins, was stealing Bud Dupree away from the Pittsburgh Steelers to a 5-year, $85 million deal. So, just as Kwity Paye just got drafted by the Colts, the Titans brought in Bud Dupree in free agency to also get after Carson Wentz, Deshaun Watson, and now Trevor Lawrence. So, a lot of these divisions are quarterback heavy because it's a quarterback driven league, but in years past, for the most part, it was only 2, maybe 3 of the teams in each division had good quarterbacks. For the most part now, each division in both these AFC and NFC conferences, with, you know, the East, North, South, and West, they all have 4 good, reliable quarterbacks. So the game's been changing. It's been more high scoring. Defense still going to win you championships. But you got to be able to run the football, open up play action, play good defense, run on special teams when needed to win football games, in my eyes. Everybody, but that's my opinion. So thank you for tuning in once more, though, and watching. But still, I get it. It is what it is, but hell, it's 2021, so who the hell knows what's going to happen in years to come, but still. Titans here, they could take more from Ole Miss and reunite him with A.J. Brown from Ole Miss. Give Tannehill another weapon here. They're not going to take a running back. They have Derrick Henry, for God's sakes. He's the leading rusher for the league for the past few years. They zoom in on Elijah Moore, just as I say that. Rondale Moore then from Purdue, and Bateman from Minnesota as well. I'm Mike Vrabel. I'm the Tennessee Titans. I'm going defense, especially when Kwity Paye just got drafted by the Colts. I mean, Caleb Farley maybe. If you'd want to trade down, okay, you could still get him then. They got a minute 40. They could go linebacker and Awuzie from Notre Dame. Asante Samuel Jr. I believe Vrabel played with senior in New England, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a connection there. Jason Oweh out of Penn State as well, edge rusher to Tennessee alongside Bud Dupree. Just a thought. Maybe Terrence Marshall Jr. at LSU at wide receiver as well tonight. Tennessee here as well could go offensive line. Take Alex Leatherwood's teammate from Alabama and Landon Dickerson. Liam Eichenberg out of Notre Dame as well could be a fit. Picks in for the Titans. There's a fan with a mask that says, please give the ball to Derrick Henry. So you want to be able to run the ball efficiently with Derrick Henry, you got to be able to block for him. So I wouldn't be shocked they go offensive line here. You know, maybe get, Tannehill a weapon. Yeah. Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State would be another fit if they go O-line, as mentioned. Maybe go Christian Barmore or go D-line for the Titans. Yeah, Greg Newsome could be a fit, yeah. Jason Oweh. Mel Kiper just said diamonds in the rough. Well, just as the draft was in Music City, USA 2 years ago, now we're in the rock and roll city of Cleveland. Who has connections to music that's eligible to be drafted? Maybe go that route. I mean, maybe they do go running back and, get a number 2 behind Derrick Henry that they could open up the screen game with it. Everyone's singing along to Sweet Caroline. Roger Dale now out on the stage with the Titans pick as the pick is in. So the Vikings are on the clock at 23, followed by the Steelers and Jaguars. That was good, says Roger Goodell. The Titans are going to pick Caleb Farley, the corner out of Virginia Tech. So they're going to take a chance on him. He's at home. I guess he just tested positive for COVID, but he's had all these injuries. That's why he's fell. Or he probably would have been the first corner taken off the board ahead of Horn and Certain. A good fit for Tennessee to get a corner. Honestly, it is. Yeah, he just had back surgery last month. So we'll see if he's going to be picking off Watson, Wentz, and Lawrence. And because Minnesota traded down from 14 and 23 to, as I said, potentially take Caleb Farley at 24. The Titans take him one ahead at 23. Or 22, excuse me. 23 belongs to Minnesota, 24 to the Steelers. So, Vikings on the clock here. But we're back to with what teams did in free agency now, to the Bengals, as they picked at 5 and selected Jamar Chase, wide receiver at LSU. They drafted another Alabama lineman last year in the first round. Signed Riley Reef in free agency this year. So that's why they didn't go Penny Sewell earlier. Get Burrow a weapon to replace A.J. Green. Brandon Allen coming back to back him up. Samaje Perine as well to back up at running back. Thaddeus Moss, Randy Moss' son, to play tight end. They signed, their big move was, along with signing Cheeto to a 3-year deal and Eli Apple to a 1-year deal, and Mike Hilton coming over from Pittsburgh on a 4-year deal to boost their secondary. They signed 4 cornerbacks and 2 safeties, the Bengals did. So, yeah, with Roethlisberger, Mayfield, and Jackson also in the division with Burrow playing quarterback for your team, well, I can understand why. But they signed Trey Hendrickson from the Saints. That was their big move this past offseason. And then 6 was Miami. They picked at 6 and 18. Took Waddle and Phillips. Yeah, Brissett, as mentioned, to back up Tua. Miami, in my opinion, as the pick is in for the Vikings, if the Dolphins don't trade back into the end of this first round tonight to draft a running back, they're going to be taking a running back early tomorrow. We'll see who's left. If they're all left, okay, they'll have their choice. I would assume 1 or 2 backs will be picked tonight, though, and then we might have a run on it. The thing is, Minnesota picking at 23 now. Well, they have Dalvin Cook. They're not taking a running back. The Steelers at 24 need a fucking running back. They could not run the football last year to save their goddamn lives. So the Steelers, if they pick a running back here at 24, I'm going to be alright with it. I would like Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, but if they go with one of the 2 running backs from North Carolina, we'll see. The thing is, Pittsburgh, here at 24, now officially on the clock, picks in for the Vikings. Do they go defense? Do they take Wouzier out of Notre Dame at linebacker? Do they go offensive line? Well, I mean, you could, but you look at the running backs that are available, because there hasn't been a running back drafted yet. And I know you go back for Sean Mendenhall, first-round pick out of Illinois by the Steelers. He really didn't work out. The Steelers, though, James Conner's, thank God, gone. He couldn't run the ball whatsoever. Yeah, they still have Benny Snell. They still have Samuels. So they need to fix their offensive line, too, because Pouncey retired. So they could go Landon Dickerson at center, play your smash mouth football. Replace Pouncey there. Stel DeCastro at guard. Villanueva's still unsigned, if I'm not mistaken. They did end up signing the Steelers here. This is Kalen Ballage at running back 2, so he'd be like a third string. They're bringing back Zach Banner after he blew his knee out last year. Bringing back B.J. Finney after he left for Cincinnati. Bringing in Joe Haig from Tampa. Tyson Alualu was going to sign the Jags, rescinded, coming back to Pittsburgh. Vince Williams is coming back along with Cameron Sutton. So the Vikings Yeah, they were supposed to pick at 14. They're now picking at 23. And the Steelers are on the clock, so let's see what they do here. The Steelers extended Mason Rudolph earlier today, too. Re-signed Josh Dobbs. They have Dwayne Haskins on the roster. Roethlisberger back for another year. They're not going to go quarterback right now, though. They need to fill a running back or an offensive line. Christian Darrisaw, tackle from Virginia Tech, goes to Minnesota, so he's going to help out that offensive line. So they're going to get protection for Kirk Cousins and Dalvin Cook to be able to run the football rather than go defense, which is a little bit of a shock, I think, for Mike Zimmer not to go defense here, at least tonight. I mean, draft 7 rounds, so they'll get defense later, I guess. But the Steelers are now officially on the clock. So Darrisaw goes to Minnesota. We'll get back to everything else that I still need to go over at some point in time throughout the night. So stay tuned. And thank you once more for tuning in and watching my NFL Draft 2021 live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Go and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers. If I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, with needs that need filled, you go Najee Harris out of Alabama, he's sitting there for you. You have your pick between him, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams, and Michael Carter, both from North Carolina. Like I said, I get last time they drafted running back in the first round, Mendenhall didn't work out. Steelers pick is now in. We'll see who it is. Like I said, they could also go Landon Dickerson here to replace Marquise Pouncey at center. Tevin Jenkins at tackle, as Darrisaw just got picked and went to Minnesota. We are in Cleveland. We're in the dog pound tonight. Browns just beat the Steelers in the playoffs, but Steeler Nation waving those terrible towels, alive and well. Liam Eichenberg as well, maybe could be a fit at some point in time later. You go to the defensive line. You saw Kwity Paye and Jalen Phillips get picked. I don't know. Flashback to the 2004 draft when Ben Roethlisberger was picked. And of course, that was the draft with Eli, Phillip, and Roethlisberger. And Ben's the last one standing between the three of them. Because Rivers originally went to the Giants, and Eli originally went to the Chargers, but Eli said, I'm not playing for him. So they worked out a trade, and one of the three will be busts. They're all going to be Hall of Famers. But, yeah, so Eli went to the Giants, Rivers went to the Chargers, and then Rivers just played for the Colts this past year, and they've since retired the past 2 years, but Ben's the last one standing. Picks in for the Steelers. Who's it going to be? They could go Uzier linebacker out of Notre Dame as well. I doubt they'll go secondary. Hopefully it's a running back. The Steelers are going to pick at 24th overall tonight in the 2021 NFL Draft. Najee Harris, running back out of Alabama. So thank you. The Steelers finally have a running back to run the football. North and south, none of this east-west shit. Get in between the tackles and drive the ball downfield. Get your chunk yards and run the damn football, please and thank you. And they should be able to do that with Najee Harris. They're going to be able to open up the screen game with him as well. He's going from the three quarterbacks he had at Alabama with Hurts, Tua, and Mac Jones to Ben Roethlisberger, a future Hall of Famer. And now some Najee Harris highlights as Harris, not Najee Davenport, Steeler fans, Najee Harris is the new Pittsburgh Steelers running back. Because after Le'Veon Bell, after that whole debacle, knock on wood, Mel Kiper says he never fumbles the football. So let's see how many fumbles Najee Harris has this fall. James Conner didn't work out. He was not consistent. Okay? And that's the thing with the Steelers. They started out 11-0 for God's sakes and should have went further in the playoffs but didn't. Because they were too, what I want to say. That's a nice way to put it. They're too one-dimensional. I'll say that, all right? Because the defenses knew exactly what they're saying right now, and it's true. So I sat here and watched every single game, called it as I saw it all last fall. They could not run the football to save their lives. They sort of did in the first half of the year, but then they got away from it, and then they couldn't stay healthy in positions either. And now Alabama's had 6 players drafted tonight in the first round. Waddle, Surtain, Smith, Jones, Leatherwood, now Harris. And we'll probably have some more before the night's over. But Najee Harris is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. The Jaguars are on the clock. They're going to pick for the second time tonight. So I'm happy about the Steelers pick. Round of applause. Golf clap. Thank you. But they were undefeated, and they got away from the run game. And the defenses knew exactly what the hell they were going to do, and that was throw the football. And no wonder they got stopped. No wonder they lost, 4 of their last 5, and then lost in the first round of the playoffs to the Browns at home. Got blown out in that wild card game on a Sunday night because, well, Pouncey's snap went right over Roethlisberger's head to begin the game, so not a good way to start by any means, but I'm not blaming that for the whole entire game. They just got flat out beat that game. You can go back and watch that live reaction stream right here on the channel on replay. Go right ahead. I said it then, and I'll say it again. It absolutely blew my mind that they could not run the football. You have to be able to run the football in order to win. Especially when you got to lead late in the game, you got to chew the clock and run the football and run the clock out. They couldn't do that. Hell, they couldn't even stay on offense for a minute in a few of the games. And no wonder the defense, was giving up as many points as they were because they couldn't get off the damn field. Steelers tonight, though, knock on wood, like I said, hopefully doesn't fumble the football, but they fix a mistake that they had and fill a void with drafting Najee Harris, running back out of Alabama tonight in the first round. First time they've drafted a running back in the first round since Rashard Mendenhall at Illinois. So hopefully they can make up for that as well. We'll see who the Jags take next here at 25. And like I said, we're going to get back into everything I'm not putting off. It's taking a little while to get to, just with as fast and slow, back and forth paced with this first round night. It's been steady. But at the same time, it was slow to start and sped up and slowed down again. And now we're getting back on track, and we're almost at the end of the first round here. We've got a few more picks. But, and that'll do it for tonight. And like I said, we'll stay on until I feel like ending this live stream and getting off YouTube tonight. We're going to continue to recap everything, teams did this past off season. And like I said, happy birthday to Willie Nelson. Always on my mind is the commercial, but where's Tom Hanks when you need him? But picks in for the Jags right now. Another schedule release commercial. That's May the 12th. But we're going to continue to go over everything all these teams have done thus far in trade to see, and then all these picks tonight, where they're going to fit on depth charts and all that, and then rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow night and 4 through 7 on Saturday. But very happy the Steelers took a running back. And it was Najee Harris. So where's Travis Etienne? Maybe Miami. Where does he go? Maybe the Jets. maybe the Bills could honestly really use a true number one running back too. But the thing is, a lot of teams anymore it's you go by committee. So Seattle could use Etienne. Oh my God, they finally got that running back position figured out. They would be a little bit better on offense than they already are. But they sort of have worked that out as of late. I mean, what's his name's coming back? Chris Carson. So maybe Jacksonville takes Etienne right now, 25. Two Clemson boys to the Jaguars in the first round tonight with Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne. And that's another, combo of teammates from college to the NFL. Go running back. Even if you did sign Carlos Hyde and you have James Robinson, get Travis Etienne for Trevor Lawrence so they can continue to be teammates. Yeah, you can go wide receiver here too. One of the Moore boys or Bateman or Terrence Marshall. They could go defense as well. Go offense, defense. Here in first round, the Jets, who picked right behind the Jags at 2, took Zach Wilson and then a lineman from USC later. So they both picks one offensive side of the ball. Like I said earlier, with the Jags working out Tim Tebow to play tight end for them. Maybe they get Pat Freiermuth later, but picks in, they're not going to trade back. So 27, we're going to get into the remaining draft order here as well. 27's Baltimore. They're also going to pick at 31 because of the Chiefs pick with the Brown trade from last Friday. Saints at 28. Staying put at 28, not moving up. Roger Goodell is sitting in his chair now announcing this pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And they do take Travis Etienne from Clemson. So 2 Clemson players drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars tonight in the first round. So Lawrence and Etienne going to continue to stay teammates. They'll remain teammates in the NFL. And that's the main focal point, I think, tonight in this first round of the draft. There's a lot of former teammates that are going to continue now to be teammates in the NFL from just over the past few years, with these teams drafting from the same school. And hey, you guys have chemistry together. It works. We're going to continue this. And we're going to make it work. And they'll keep Hyde and Robinson. And then the Jags now have a 3-headed backfield. And Urban's going to run the football, run the RPO, run the play action when needed, and play good defense. And he's a big special teams guy too, so he's going to... I see the Jaguars win 6 games this year right now, just with the 2 picks they made in this first round. And that's good for them. I mean, you can give me shit all you want. I don't care. The Jaguars haven't won more than 6 games in how many years? So, and that's combined. So, Travis Etienne also to Jacksonville. So, just as we saw the Raiders when Gruden got back into it with Mike Mayock as the GM, they were taking a lot of Alabama and Clemson players. Well, Urban Meyer, of course, from Florida and Ohio State, he knows Clemson well. He knows Dabo Swinney well. He takes Trevor Lawrence 1, and he takes Travis Etienne at 25. And we go back-to-back with the running backs at 24 and 25, with Najee Harris and Travis Etienne going the Steelers and Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a damn good pick, I think, by the Jags. And he'll be a plug-and-play type of player from the start, from week 1 on. The Browns now, we're in Cleveland, they're on the clock. Browns are picking this late in the draft for the first time forever. They're normally picking in the top 10 every year. How bad they are, but they made the playoffs this past year and actually won in the playoffs against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, who does Cleveland pick? At 26, followed by Baltimore, New Orleans, Green Bay, Buffalo, Baltimore, and Tampa Bay to round out the first round. So, yeah, I would assume we'll be done by midnight with the first round. And in the meantime, as it picks in for the Browns as well, we're going to try to fit in everything that I want to fit in tonight as well. So, Browns followed by, as the Ravens are now on the clock with the Browns pick in. We'll see what Cleveland does here. I'm sure it's going to get a big reaction regardless, because we're in Cleveland of all places for the draft. So the Browns this past offseason, along with the Ravens, as they'll be up next here, we'll go over both teams right now, re-signed Rashad Higgins, brought in Takk McKinley, who was drafted a few years back by the Falcons at UCLA. Signed him to a 1-year deal worth $4 million of dreadlocks. And then that was basically it until they signed Jadeveon Clowney just recently. So Clowney is now in the AFC North, going to be wrecking havoc on Burrow, Roethlisberger, and Jackson. And then the Ravens picking next at 27. I wouldn't be shocked if Baltimore's going to trade out 27 maybe, because they pick at 31 just to get more picks. And then they pick, coming up shortly anyway. But we'll see. But the Browns picks in. There's a Browns fan, the man that wears the pumpkin head. He's sitting in Roger Goodell's chair. The Ravens actually signed Sammy Watkins, and then of course the Browns leaving Cleveland to go to Baltimore, and then coming back as a re-entry franchise into the league, and then all their quarterback troubles until they got Baker Mayfield, and a lot of history with Cleveland Browns and Baltimore Ravens. And Cleveland's on the clock. Their picks in. We'll see who they pick here. But other than Sammy Watkins for Baltimore, I mean, they did sign Kevin Zeitler. They re-signed a lot of guys from the past year. So here we go, Brownies. Here we go. We're in the dog pound. And if I'm Cleveland right now, you got to get defense. Maybe Jason Owe, maybe Joseph Osai from Texas. Maybe Bateman from Alabama. Or Barmore, Christian Barmore at D-line. Or Awuzie, the linebacker from Notre Dame. The 26th pick belongs to Cleveland. They're going to pick Greg Newsome, the corner from Northwestern. All right. That's a good pick by them. So 2 Northwestern guys go in the first round tonight. Both the AFC teams, one in the West and one in the North. And first time ever Northwestern's had 2 players go in the first round. So, like I said, kudos and credit to Pat Fitzgerald for all he's done for Northwestern. Browns with a good pick. The Ravens now on the clock. I know they like a few of these players I have named off as of late with Awuzie and Jason Owe. So we'll see what Baltimore does. And then 28's New Orleans and Green Bay's 29. And then, of course, Aaron Rodgers talk. But back to with what teams did in free agency. We're just going to go in order by division to make it a little easier here. Because the Bills are coming up on the clock shortly anyway. They still have Josh Allen, but they signed Mitch the Bitch Trubisky to come in and back him up. Of course, his NFL career hasn't been all that good. I mean, he did lead them to the playoffs, but the Bears, they messed up drafting Mitch over Watson and Mahomes, and now they just drafted Justin Fields. They're trying to make up for it. So we'll see what happens with all that in years to come. Signed Matt Breida and Tywan Jones at running back, McKenzie and Powell, and they did sign Emmanuel Sanders at wide receiver as well. This is the Buffalo Bills, if you're just not tuning in. Jacob Hollister coming over from Seattle at tight end, and then they really helped out the offensive line and front seven on their defense. Talked about the Dolphins with Jacoby Brissett, Malcolm Brown. We'll see if Miami takes, with Harris and Etienne now off the board. The Ravens have 4-10 to pick here at 27. If the Dolphins take one of the two North Carolina running backs early tomorrow. But they did, address offense and defense earlier with Waddle and Phillips. They did sign Will Fuller and re-signed Matt Collins as well. As mentioned, they still have Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki at tight end as well. So Tua's got weapons to throw to, no doubt about it. And the Dolphins, honestly, should next year make a run at the playoffs. They should. And that's bearing any unforeseen circumstance that, might pop up from now until then. So yeah, that's the Dolphins. The Patriots, they re-signed Cam Newton, but just drafted Mac Jones. Picks in for the Baltimore Ravens right now as well. But New England, they re-signed James White. And then they went heavy in free agency with Nelson Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne at wide receiver. They signed Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith at tight end as well. Got Trent Brown back from the Raiders. Re-signed David Andrews and Ted Karras at offensive line. So their offense is pretty stacked. Honestly, it is. But the New England way, they're going to run the football down your throat, play good defense, and run on special teams in order to win. That's all they've done, as long as Bill Belichick's been there. Even with Tom Brady playing quarterback. Okay? I'm going to say right now, too, the Patriots make the playoffs next year. Whether Cam Newton or Mac Jones is playing quarterback, the Patriots make the playoffs next year. I'm not saying they're winning the division. They're going to make the playoffs. So, of course, we have as a wild card. They really helped out their defense as well. They signed Matthew Judon, Lawrence Guy, got Kyle Van Noy back from Miami, Raekwon McMillan as well. And then the Jets taking Zach Wilson and Tucker to block and throw those two positions at quarterback and an offensive lineman. Two running backs they signed, as mentioned earlier. A couple of pass catchers. And then, their defense did all right, I guess. But the Jets are still Jets until they get out of being the Jets. The AFC North, Baltimore with their pick in, so right on cue. Yeah, Sammy Watkins and then Kevin Zeitler is mentioned, but then they basically just re-signed a lot of players from last year. The Bengals, sort of discussed them a little bit already. Replace A.J. Green with Jamar Chase, reuniting him with Joe Burrow. So Trey Hendrickson was their big offseason acquisition, but this signed Riley Relief to protect Burrow as well. So the Bengals, if Burrow plays like he did pre-injury this past year, the Bengals are going to be winning some football games this year. The Browns, who were just on the clock, like I said, they really didn't do a whole lot until they signed Jadeveon Clowney just recently, so Clowney's now in the AFC North. The Steelers, discussed them a little bit earlier as well, but happy they drafted running back and Najee Harris a little bit ago, so we'll see if that all works out or not. Hopefully it will. The AFC South, now the Texans. They still have Deshaun Watson, but they did sign 2 quarterbacks just in case, hey, that Watson's gone, because there's a lot of talk on they're going to trade him, or he's not going to play. Same with Rodgers right now, but nothing's been made official, so they're still on their respective teams. They did sign Mark Ingram and Philip Lindsay as well. Chris Conley, Andre Roberts, Alex Eckerson, and Dante Moncrief at wide receiver. So no more Bill O'Brien. They got a new head coach. Be a new Houston Texans next year, as they honestly did make a lot of moves. Shaq Lawson got from Miami, signed Justin Britt. And Rashad Bateman is going to be a Baltimore Raven, as the Ravens draft the wide receiver out of Minnesota. And they give Lamar Jackson another weapon to throw to. That's a good move. That's a good pick, I think. They probably could have got him at 31. But the Saints pick at 28. The Packers pick at 29. And well, they're going to get Aaron Rodgers a weapon. Well, he might have been it. And then 30's Buffalo. So, good pick by Baltimore here, Rashad Bateman. From what I've heard from a few people, everybody has their own opinion now. He's a good, reliable receiver. Some have said he's a little overrated. But, you know, he's been the top playmaker Minnesota's had under PJ Fleck. And now he's going to the brother of another Big Ten coach and Jim Harbaugh at Michigan, to John Harbaugh on Baltimore Ravens. And Rashad Bateman going to be catching some footballs from Lamar Jackson next year and in the years to come. And like I said, with the Texans, the Seahawks, and the Rams, we'll see if they try to trade up late first round now or not. So we'll see what the Saints do now coming up next. We'll get through the rest of the AFC South here real quick. I already talked about the Colts. They went defense with Kwity Paye, and they're going to take another commercial break here a little past 11:30. So yeah, about a 4-hour first round. Picks in for New Orleans. So they stay at 28. They don't trade up at all. Only a few trades. We'll get into all the first round draft results momentarily once tonight concludes. Stay tuned. But, yeah, the Colts won defense with Kwity Paye. Like I said earlier, we'll see if they get a weapon or two for Carson Wentz to throw to or hand off to at some point in time later on. And we're still going to go over depth charts with all these players to fit in as well. So stay tuned. They re-signed Xavier Rhodes as well. The Jags, 2 very, very good picks with Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne tonight, I thought. Gardner Minshew is going to be on the outs, but it's Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Beathard at quarterback, and then Etienne, Robinson, and Hyde at running back, and then good, decent receivers and tight ends to throw to. They could boost that both those positions, I should say, a little bit more, but it's going to take some time to build the team. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day, so Cam Robinson received the franchise tag. Like I said earlier, could very well get traded at some point in time this week too, so keep an eye for that. Got Malcolm Brown from the Saints in trade for a 7th round pick. Jones and Griffin at corner. And the Titans, with what they did a little bit ago at 21, or 22, excuse me, as the Colts are 21, selecting Kwity Paye. Tennessee taking Caleb Farley, corner out of Virginia Tech, as we're now towards the end of the late 20s. You know, their big get in this past offseason was Bud Dupree, as mentioned, for Pittsburgh. AFC West, Denver. You got Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater playing quarterback for you now. they took a corner earlier, and Patrick Stan in the second, after Carolina took J.C. Horn from South Carolina to round out the top 10 before Dallas traded back with Philly, before the Eagles took Devontae Smith at 10. So, yeah, Denver signing Kyle Fuller and placing the franchise tag on Justin Simmons, signed Ron Darby as well to a 3-year, $30 million deal. And shout out to Najee Harris throwing his draft party at a homeless shelter where he actually lived for years. Like him even more already now. And he's a Pittsburgh Steeler now. Now Drew Brees, highlights from his NFL career. Of course, the former Purdue Boilermaker, maybe Rondale Moore from Purdue. By the end of the night, we'll see. He could very well go to Green Bay if he doesn't go to New Orleans here. But the former Charger, now former Saint, because he's since retired over a month ago. They got Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill playing quarterback for him. Record breaker, future first ballot Hall of Famer, who never beat Penn State in college. Shout out Dolphin fans as well for not signing him and signing Dante Culpepper. But picks in for the Saints coming back from the special break. So that owed to Drew Brees for his career. But yeah, Denver went defense heavy this offseason. The Chiefs, they lost Sammy Watkins to Baltimore. And the Ravens just took a receiver. And Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota just to pick a go. So maybe Kansas City, if they had the 31st overall pick, okay, replace Sammy Watkins, but they just made a trade just last Friday for the 31st overall pick, and Orlando Brown is now a Kansas City Chief. And then the Chiefs, after they released a few offensive linemen, they went out and got Kyle Long to unretire, signed him to a 1-year deal, signed Joe Thuney and Mike Remmers as well, and Peyton Turner from Houston is going to New Orleans. So this is a bit of a reach, I think, here from the Saints. So they couldn't trade up. Hell, they couldn't even trade back. But they get a DN to get after Tom Brady in the South, along with Sam Darnold in Carolina and Matt Ryan in Atlanta. But when you have the defending Super Bowl champs in your division as well, you got to either protect your quarterback or get after him. So New Orleans goes DN. And now the Green Bay Packers, with the Aaron Rodgers news today that he wants out of Green Bay, they're on the clock. So Green Bay, if they go receiver, it's got to be Rondale Moore or Elijah Moore, or maybe even Terrence Marshall Jr. from LSU. If they'd go tight end, it would have to be, I would think, Pat Freiermuth from Penn State. Hell, maybe the Packers will take another quarterback this year in the first round, just for the hell of it. You know, they took Jordan Love last year out of Utah State, pissed Aaron Rodgers off. He won the NFL MVP. Now he wants out. And it's not a contract issue, so they say. More power to Rodgers. He wants out because he's been screwed. How many times? Like I said earlier, other teams, hey, they'll get playmakers for their quarterback. The Packers are doing the opposite of that. They'll play with who they have, and they'll fix the other spots. Picks in for Green Bay already, so we'll see what they do here. But if they'd go quarterback, it would have to be either Kyle Trask or Davis Mills. They're going to bring in Adam Schefter for the Aaron Rodgers news, and it hasn't changed since earlier, because it would have been big breaking news if it was that he would have been traded somewhere. So yeah, Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. He has no plans, or He has no plans to return. The Packers are trying their best to get him to come back. I mean, technically he's still under contract, and it could get ugly because if he sits out, which just knowing with how they're acting right now with this, and if something doesn't happen soon, this is going to drag out all summer long. It's going to drag into the season, and there's going to be a big talk on, is Aaron Rodgers going to play, blah, 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 blah. Where's he going to go now? Unless they trade him somewhere that, whether they need a quarterback or not, that he's going to make an impact next year. That's why I feel like they make up for their past mistakes and they make him happy here and they get him a goddamn weapon. Because if they go defense again, it's just going to make matters worse. Because if you do go defense, well, Baltimore probably will go defense at 31. Who knows what Buffalo's going to do here coming up. And then Tampa's sitting at 32, who you lost to in the NFC Championship game. Yeah, Rodgers has no plans, no intentions to come back to Green Bay. They could get protection to help him, but the thing is with Green Bay, and with them in free agency, they really didn't do a whole lot either. They did sign, or re-sign, I should say, Aaron Jones, so he's there. Devontae Adams still catching the football at receiver, but his contract's coming up shortly. Re-sign Mercedes Lewis. They do have a tight end. I mean, if they get protection for him, I think he'd be happy. Or if they got him a weapon, I think he'd be happy. And, you know, that's a step in the right direction moving forward. But like I said earlier, you go back to Bart Starr and Brett Favre, along with Aaron Rodgers. None of those three quarterbacks played longer than a total of 16 seasons with the Green Bay Packers. So, Rodgers will be going into his 17th this fall. 29th overall pick, the Green Bay Packers are going to select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia. So Rodgers is definitely gone. And that's not going to make him happy. But the other thing is, too, this could be a big ploy just to stir shit up. But it all started last year when they drafted Jordan Love. They didn't have to draft Jordan Love. You know, they drafted his replacement. Just as you go back to when Favre was playing quarterback for him, and they drafted Aaron Rodgers because he fell to him in the first round back in 2004. Or 2005, excuse me. Because the 2004 draft was Eli, Rivers, and Roethlisberger. Yeah, so Bills are on the clock at 30. 31's Baltimore, and 32's Tampa Bay in the first round. Is done for the night. And we're getting slowly, but surely, we're getting there. A few reaches here at the end of the first round, which, yeah, like I said, some teams like players that, you know, they'll draft them a little higher than other teams would. But, just, I don't know. Like I said earlier, obviously these players or these teams are drafting the players that they feel are going to make a difference. So, if it works out, it works out. If not, well, you know, you're up shit creek without a paddle. So, we'll see what happens. You know, something's got to give eventually. But the thing. If Rodgers is still going to be there playing quarterback, which I think he will be, honestly do, that he'll with the offense that they've been running, they'll still be able to put up points. And then it's the defense to, keep your opponent out of the end zone. And the more wins you total up, the better spot you're going to be at the end of the year. And then you got to win the playoffs. Because Rodgers wants to get another ring, no doubt about it. But yeah, they go corner. So we'll see what happens with the whole Aaron Rodgers thing moving forward. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Because never did I think Brett Favre, even though he was drafted by the Falcons, he's a Green Bay Packer, okay? That, he would have ever left Green Bay. One play for the Jets and one play for the Vikings. Aaron Rodgers, same boat. Like, he's a Packer. So, go back to Roethlisberger, being a Steelers fan. I remember one year, the Rams had the number 1 pick. They drafted Sam Bradford. There was talk that, because Roethlisberger was in the news for allegations, that, they were going to trade Ben to St. Louis for the number 1 pick, and then Bradford would be a Steeler. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. Of course, it sure as hell didn't happen, thank God. Bradford's not even in the league anymore. But Buffalo's on the clock here, under 2 minutes to pick. Kuiper's going over his best available for potential late first round picks here before the end of the first round. And then second round begins tomorrow night at 7. Fourth round on Saturday begins at noon. So 2 and 3 tomorrow, 4 through 7 on Saturday. But the Packers go corner there. We'll see if they can work out the Aaron Rodgers shit or not. Back to other moves during this past offseason. We were in the AFC West with the Chiefs. I mentioned they would be picking next. Technically on the clock right now because picks in for the Bills, but they traded that to the Ravens for Orlando Brown. So they boost their offensive line. They're going to hopefully be able to protect Patrick Mahomes better than what they did in the Super Bowl. And get back to the promised land and win another one. They did, lose Sammy Watkins as mentioned, but they re-signed Marcus Robinson, signed Tajay Sharp as well to a deal, re-signed Taco Charlton and Jaron Reed. So the Chiefs are going to be there, plain and simple. They zoom in on Jason Owe, who could be a fit for Buffalo here maybe. Asante Samuel Jr. still on the board, Buffalo fans. Of course, Sean McDermott was his father's defensive coordinator in Philadelphia with the Eagles. Okay, Sean McDermott, former assistant with Philly, under Andy Reid, in that coaching tree. Asante Samuel Jr. was a corner on those Eagle teams. Asante Samuel Jr. now, still on the board. Sean McDermott's the new head football coach in Buffalo. Led them in the AFC Championship game last year before losing to the Kansas City Chiefs. So, Bills Mafia, get ready to circle the wagons because nobody does better than the Buffalo Bills. And we'll have the Bills pick here in a second as their pick is in and now the NFL Commissioner, Roger Goodell. Okay, they take Gregory Rousseau, the other DN from Miami, on the other side of Jalen Phillips, who went to the Dolphins earlier, so they both go to the AFC East. So Buffalo liked him a little bit more than, or had a higher grade on him compared to other players. He's live in person. We'll see if there's any other players that are still going to be there on day 2 tomorrow that are there actually in Cleveland on site, to be announced as a draft pick. That list was very short this year, shorter than usual, just with everything going on still. So some highlights for him. Baltimore on the clock now at 31, followed by Tampa Bay at 32, the defending Super Bowl champs for the first time, Super Bowl 37. So Baltimore and the Bucks to round out the first round here. Yeah, about a 4-hour draft. And we'll see who they take. Baltimore just took Rashad Bateman. And then Tampa's not taking a quarterback. I mean, Jason Oweh could be a pick here for either Baltimore or Tampa Bay, honestly. As the Saints and Packers 28-29 made some interesting picks. Rousseau just went to Buffalo at 30. And then 31 here for Baltimore. They went wide receiver with Bateman. They could good defense here. And then, Tampa, they just re-signed Antonio Brown to a 1-year deal. So basically everybody's coming back from last year. You look at what Tampa did this offseason. They're bringing back Fournette, Brown. Godwin got the franchise tag. Bring back Gronk. Rollin Jones is still there, running back as well. Bringing back Ndamukong Suh, Levante David. So we'll see what happens here with the Ravens and Buccaneers. Back to where were we? The AFC West with the Chiefs and Raiders. So the Raiders now next. Yeah, they got a three-headed backfield with Jacobs. They signed Kenyon Drake and Theo Riddick as well as mentioned. John Brown, Zay Jones, Willie Snead, receiver, to go along with Henry Ruggs, who they drafted last year. Some offensive linemen, Incognito, Nick Martin, formerly the Texans now. So they drafted Leatherwood out of Alabama earlier to replace Hudson on the offensive line. Signed Yannick Ngakoue as well for D-end. Solomon Thomas on the D-line as well. So Carl Joseph in secondary. Raiders are slowly but surely, steady pace, getting to the point to where Gruden and company want to be at. The Chargers, they took Rashawn Slater earlier, tackle out of Northwestern. Yeah, they signed Corey Linsley from Green Bay, Matt Flyer as well on the offensive line. So protection for Justin Herbert. Other than that, they really didn't do a whole lot. Dallas, they traded back from 10 to 12. Still got Micah Parsons. They re-signed Dak Prescott. And basically that's where the money went. So Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons, the two big acquisitions since the end of last year for the Dallas Cowboys. And Parsons is going to replace Sean Lee, as mentioned earlier, two former Penn State linebackers now in the big deal with the Cowboys because Lee just retired and Parsons is going to take his spot. So they're going to take another commercial break here before midnight, and the Ravens have about 3 minutes to pick, and then the Buccaneers are going to be on the clock. And last year they took a tackle, interesting worse, Buccaneers did out of Iowa to protect Tom Brady, and that helped out, of course. I mean, Tampa was 7-5 at the end of November, and then they went on a run. And they didn't lose until they won the Super Bowl, and they still haven't lost. So, Baltimore and Tampa Bay, the Ravens and Buccaneers to close out first round night. Where else should we go? Giants. Talked about them a little bit earlier. They made some moves in the receiver game with Kenny Golladay and John Ross and Kyle Rudolph. Receivers and tight ends. Ended up trading back from 11 to 20 to make their pick earlier. Signed Adoree Jackson as well. The Eagles got a receiver in Devontae Smith earlier. So, yeah, other than that, Philly really didn't do a whole lot, honestly. New head coach, like I said earlier, Jalen Hurts, Miles Sanders, Devontae Smith, and they still have Zach Ertz tight end. that's a good core on offense. It is. If they can put it all together, play some good defense, the Eagles are going to be winning football games next year. Washington, they took Davis, a linebacker out of Kentucky. So we'll see what they do later on. But their big move was re-signing Brandon Sheriff, who got the franchise tag for this year, and then signing Curtis Samuel to a 3-year deal, and Billy Jackson from Cincinnati as well. So Riverboat Ron, he'll be gambling with Washington moving forward. They won the division last year. I don't think they'll win it this year because every year that division's won by a different team. Like I said earlier, Dallas is the best team on paper. If they can put everything out on the field and make it work, the Cowboys should win the NFC East next year. And like I said, I'll give predictions, way too early predictions for division winners coming fall momentarily as well, so stay tuned. The Bears, they signed Andy Dalton, but then they just drafted Justin Fields. They traded up for Justin Fields. They traded up 9 spots from 20 to 11 for Justin Fields from The Ohio State University to be their next quarterback, trying to make up for the Mitch Trubisky pick from a few years ago, I'd say. I'd have to think with, not picking either Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes. So now you get Justin Fields. And, like I said, the game's changing. And what's this commercial? This is why who we are. This is a college football commercial with the fan bases. Ravens pick is in too, by the way. There's nothing like football on ESPN. It's a college football in the NFL. But TV deal for the NFL, we're going to have games on CBS, Fox, and NBC, along with ESPN, and some social media sites as well. So the game's changing, but as much as shit changes, shit stays the same. So Baltimore's picks in. And they're still playing music while Roger Goodell's out there trying to make the pick. So the Ravens just picked at 26, taking Rashad Bateman. At 31, they're going to take Jason Oweh out of Penn State. So 2 Nittany Lions go tonight in the first round. So he's going to stay in the area in the Mid-Atlantic region. Has really come on as a underrated player. And the Buccaneers on the clock. Pick's already in. So the first round's done and over with. We just got to get the pick now. And we'll call it a night. But we'll stay on here for a little bit longer to get across what we have stated throughout the night. So now some Jason Oweh highlights. So one Penn Stater goes to Dallas, the other goes to Baltimore, and we'll still have more picked tomorrow. Hey, maybe Tampa takes baby Gronk and Pat Freiermuth also out of Penn State to line them up right beside Rob Gronkowski down in Buccaneer country. So Jason Oweh, congrats to him. He's hyped. So they go offense and defense with 2 Big Teners. One from Minnesota and one from Penn State. So as Pittsburgh drafted a running back, and the Bengals took a receiver and the Browns took a corner, The Ravens with their 2 picks, his last one from Kansas City, so OA could have been a Chief, but Orlando Brown's now a Chief with that trade. The Ravens go receiver and DN. So picks in for the defending Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And this will be the end of the first round now. 32nd overall pick belongs to Tampa Bay. The first time in 18 years.
The Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, linebacker, Washington.
They take Joe Tryon as he's going to try on some new clothes as he's coming from Pacific Northwest down to the Sunshine State of Florida to play in Tampa Bay with the Buccaneers. So Joe Tryon, Joe, J-O-E, Tryon, T-R-Y-O-N, a linebacker from UW, a Husky, going to be a Buccaneer. So they do take a pass rusher. So watch out, whoever's going to play quarterback for the Saints, and then Darnold and Ryan and Carolina and Atlanta respectively. Good first round night, I thought. I honestly did think tonight was pretty good. Didn't really, know what to think. As of late, football. Spring snuck up on me. Last month, time's just flying. It's free agency, draft tonight, this weekend, and when I say me, I mean, for the most part, all of us. Hopefully, you agree. If you don't, well, all right. And then the schedule is going to get released on May the 12th. And then the season's going to be here before we know it. So they take Joe Tryon. Out of Washington. So they had to wait the whole way down the first round, but they get their pick in. So, first round's now officially done and over with. We're going to recap round 1 in a minute. We'll have Sports Center next with Scott Van Pelt. I'm sure he's not tired yet. NFL Network with NFL Total Access, they'll have their coverage. We might even turn that on because we just watched ESPN for how long. Current NFL Network, they're saying. Yeah, coming up next, Sports Center SVP. And then the draft's going to continue tomorrow night with rounds 2 and 3, and then on Saturday with 4 through 7, I should say. And Fat Bottom Girls by Queen is going to be the final song of the night by the karaoke band that's been getting the crowd through the night. So round 1 of this year's NFL Draft officially in the books. They promote the schedule to be released in a few weeks as well, but the draft's going to continue tomorrow and on Saturday. We're going to have a full NFL first round recap, draft recap here in a second, with Trevor Lawrence going number 1 and Joe Tryon going number 32. A quarterback and a linebacker. And that'll do it for round 1 this evening. But we're still not done on here with everything, because for now this is going to be the only football video that's going to be put out until the schedule gets released. But when the schedule gets released, well, we're going to be talking about the schedule. So we need to talk about these players, when we can. We're going to reset here for a second and get everything straight before we continue to move on. But yeah, Sports Center with SVP now. Best thing he saw today. Jalen Waddle just walked right to the podium out on stage. That's the best thing you saw today, and not Najee Harris having his draft party at a homeless shelter. So, yeah. Dolphins did well tonight, I thought. I did. Offense, defense, them along with Baltimore and Jacksonville and the Jets had multiple picks tonight. Yeah, that was it. All 5 quarterbacks went in the top 15. It was 1, 2, 3 with Lawrence, Wilson, and Lance to the Jags, Jets, and Niners. And then Fields was traded up from 20 to 11 for the Bears. And then Jones fell to the Patriots at 15. So 5 quarterbacks drafted in the top 15 for the second time ever. Common draft era. Their time was back in 1999. Oh, that's some pretty good company right there. Jimmy Johnson and Troy Aikman now with... They're going to be joined by, I should say, Urban Meyer and Trevor Lawrence. The Jets still searching for a quarterback. First team in common draft era since 1967 to draft multiple quarterbacks in the top 3 in a 4-year draft span. 11th pick by Belichick from a Nick Saban program, most by any pro college coach combo ever. So from Bama to Bill. So Mac Jones is a Patriot. He'll succeed. 7th Alabama player picked by the Patriots since 2010 in the past 11 years. Yeah, it was Urban and Trevor Lawrence join Jimmy Johnson and Troy Aikman as first year head coach quarterback combo to have also won national championships as a coach and a player in college. So Todd McShay now with an interview on SportsCenter. So he'll give his 2 cents. But yeah, we'll talk about Chicago trading up from 20 to 11 to draft Justin Fields. He's going to back up Andy Dalton, but the job's going to be his over time. They franchise tagged Allen Robinson, as mentioned, signed Damian Williams, who opted out last year after he had a damn good career with the Chiefs. They re-signed Mario Edwards Jr. as well to the Chicago Bears. Cairo Santos got re-signed to a 3-year, $9 million deal as well. Staying in the NFC North here real quick, trying to speed this up. A little behind schedule, but hey, it's all good. Detroit Lions, of course, as mentioned, they traded for Jared Goff, as Stafford's now a Ram. And then the Lions earlier at 7 got him some protection via Oregon and Panay Sewell. Jamal Williams, along with Tim Boyle, coming over from Green Bay as well, running back and backup quarterback. Rashard Perriman bouncing around to Detroit now with Tyrell Williams and Josh Hill, who knows Dan Campbell well. Dan Campbell, of course, a former assistant with the Saints. Hill, former tight end with New Orleans as well. Michael Brockers came over in a separate trade from the Rams as well. And then the Packers, as mentioned, with their corner pick earlier, piss off Aaron Rodgers some more. They did re-sign Aaron Jones. They still have Devontae Adams and Faye Lewis, as mentioned. But it seems to me Rodgers right now is going to be done in Green Bay. But at the same time, I expect him to play for the Packers. I do. After the way tonight went, earlier before the draft began, before I got ready for this evening, yeah, Rodgers is gone. But we still got tomorrow and Saturday though too, so we'll see what happens there. But I think Rodgers is going to continue to play for the Packers moving forward. And this is just going to be a big story until they get things settled. But I could be wrong, and everybody else could be right. Or vice versa, however you want to put it. You know, so... Vikings, they took a tackle from Virginia Tech and Denison. They re-signed, or they acquired and traded, from the Cardinals, Mason Cole, former Michigan Wolverine. Signed Alvin Tomlinson and Mackenzie Alexander, along with Patrick Peterson and Xavier Woods, not of the New Day, but maybe that's why Zimmer didn't go defense tonight in the first round, because they did help out the secondary. Really just help out the defense for agency. So draft's still young, still got tonight, or well, technically today, which would be tonight, later on tonight, tomorrow night, later on, very later on tonight, 7 o'clock, as we're past midnight technically here on the East Coast. Yeah, draft continues tomorrow, tonight, however you want to put it, and on Saturday as well. As they're going to talk about Aaron Rodgers, bring in Louis Riddick now. We're going to keep SportsCenter on here for a little bit, and then we'll put on NFL Network. Or if I sign off before then, well, you'll know I'll be watching SportsCenter and NFL Network until I fall asleep tonight. The South, the NFC South, not the Confederacy, but the NFC South. Falcons, they drafted Kyle Pitts at 4th overall earlier. He'll be alongside Lee Smith, who they got from Buffalo in a trade. So Matt Ryan's still there, Todd Gurley in the backfield. They have Julio, they have Ridley. They signed Cordell Patterson as well, but Julio Jones could be on the outs with his contract by the start of next year. We'll see. The Panthers got Darnold in a trade from the Jets. The Jets then, of course, drafted Zach Wilson. And in the meantime, we're really not going to have to go over depth charts, because I'm putting it all together here with everything I'm saying, going through just all these players on all these respective teams with all the new draftees that teams drafted tonight. And teams that did not draft were the 3 that weren't going to draft tonight in the first round anyway, and those were the Houston Texans, Seattle Seahawks, and LA Rams, because of previous trades. So they'll pick at the earliest tomorrow, and we'll see how the rest of the draft goes, of course. But Dan Hay Arnold is also in Carolina now with David Moore, Cam Irving, Pat Elflein coming down. As mentioned, they signed Daquan Jones just recently. Hassan Reddick reunites with Matt Rule. There's only one role in Carolina, and that is to win football games. So we'll see if the Panthers are a little bit better than the 4-12 record they were this past year. The Saints, with Drew Brees officially retiring, they re-signed Jameis Winston, and they re-signed Taysom Hill. They also made a few moves with, of course, they drafted who they drafted earlier out of Houston at the end. They re-signed Ty Montgomery at running back, who can really play whatever you want. He's a scat back, slot, Swiss Army knife type of player that, Sean Payton likes. That's why Taysom Hill playing quarterback for him, and he believes Hill's going to be the quarterback moving forward. But I don't know if Hill or Winston, I think, honestly, New Orleans might be drafting a quarterback next year in the first round of the draft. But we'll see. The Bucs basically getting everybody back, like I said. Fournette, Brown, Godwin, Gronk, Shaq Barrett, Ndamukong Suh, Levante David. Trying to run it back next year, just as the Chiefs tried to this past year, but got upended by these Buccaneers in the Super Bowl. And then the Chiefs, as mentioned, they're boosting their O-line to help protect Patrick Mahomes some more too. So Cardinals, now we're out west in the final division, so we'll get through this here in a matter of minutes, hopefully at least. So I'll continue to drag this out and ramble on, but James Conner left the western part of the state here in Pennsylvania, out in the desert now. Of course, he was from Erie, played at Pitt, played with the Steelers the past few years. Now he's a Cardinal. They signed A.J. Green as well from the AFC North from Cincinnati. And then the Bengals replaced him earlier with Jamar Chase, LSU. Kelvin Beachum out in Arizona as well, re-signing on a 2-year, $4 million deal. Rodney Hudson was inquired in a trade. So that's why I said earlier, keep an eye out for the Cardinals next year. Like, don't be shocked if they win the West, or even if they don't, they make it around in the playoffs. Because they got a good line now for Kyler Murray. They can run the football, and he's got weapons to throw too. So, and then if they play good defense on top of all that and rely on special teams when needed, as I always say, the Cardinals are going to be there. So just keep an eye out for them, as mentioned. The Cardinals did end up signing J.J. Watt. He's no longer a Houston Texan. It was, a little over 2 months ago now, right around Valentine's Day, that he was released by Houston, so he was free to sign. Of course, it didn't become official until the new league year, just as all these other ones. Didn't become official until either, but they signed Malcolm Butler to a deal too after he was cut by Tennessee. Thought maybe he'd go back to New England, but no, he's out in Arizona now, where he made that Super Bowl interception at the goal line, in which the Seahawks should have ran the ball with Marshawn Lynch, but they couldn't throw, took him off the goal line, and the Patriots won the Super Bowl. That was when, the whole talk was, well, Deshaun Watson is getting out now too, but he's still on the team. And that's the thing with Watson and Rodgers. Unless they would switch spots, like, Rodgers is going to want to go to Houston now. He'd be smart enough to stay in Green Bay. And I get the Jeopardy thing, all right. He guest hosted that for a few weeks. And, yeah, very well. He could be a potential full-time host at that at some point in time later on in his career. But right now, he's going to be a Green Bay Packer, I think. So, that was when all that was going on. Stafford's a Ram. Deshaun Jackson's now a Ram. And then they re-signed Leonard Floyd, former first-round pick out of Georgia by the Chicago Bears, now out in LA with the Rams as well. Been there a few years. And the 49ers, they drafted Trey Lance, 3rd overall earlier. So, like I said, with whoever's playing quarterback for them, whether it be Jimmy G or Trey Lance, Trent Williams is going to be the protected blind side. They signed Alex Mack as well. Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan offense. Go back, watch the Broncos in the late 90s, John Elway. Go back and watch Atlanta when they won the Super Bowl before they blew the lead. And what San Fran has done, along with going to the Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan as the head coach, Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback, before they lost the Chiefs just recently. The 49ers are going to run the football, open play action, and play good defense to beat you. Plain and simple. So keep an eye out for the Niners as well in the NFC West. Honestly, the NFC West very well could be, once again, the best division of football this year. As I thought it was to an extent this past year, but there are a lot of injuries this past year around the league. Way too many injuries, way too many missed kicks, way too many missed calls from the officials as well. But you have Seattle, you have San Fran, go down the coast, LA and Arizona. So, we thought very well 4 of those teams were, couldn't make the playoffs last year. And, half of them did. But, we'll see what the future holds. It's bright for the NFL. It's bright for football in general. You sign up to play football, you're going to get hit. So, I don't want to hear any complaints that if you do get injured or you end up with a concussion and you're screwed up for life and blah, 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 blah. Give me a break. Seattle, yeah, they re-signed Chris Carson to tote the rock for them. They got Gabe Jackson from the Raiders to play O-line for them, so that's a good thing for Seattle because their offensive line and being able to run the football with Russ Wilson. No wonder Wilson's one of the most sacked quarterbacks in the league, So, and the Raiders, Leatherwood, drafted him out of Alabama to replace on the offensive line. Okay. So, Aldon Smith signed a 1-year deal, but then was arrested just recently as well. They signed Robert Nkemdiche, who is still in the NFL, former Ole Miss Reb. And that does it for free agency moves. And well, in the meantime, too, we're going to get into, SVP going to interview John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So, yeah, they wanted Trey Lance all along. They traded up, and the 49ers selected Trey Lance with 3rd overall pick. We're going to go over 2 best available players that are still remaining for tomorrow as well. And so, yeah, we're going to do that real quick, along with the first round results and the first few picks for tomorrow. So, the second round, as mentioned, will begin tomorrow. And yeah, so we'll start with this. We'll go this route. Second round begins tomorrow at 7. Jaguars are going to be on the clock 33rd overall, followed by the Jets, Falcons, and Dolphins. And then Eagles, Bengals, Panthers, and Broncos to round out the top 40. Steelers don't pick again to 55. Seahawks will pick for the first time at 56. Rams at 57. Chiefs at 58. So there's a run on teams selecting for the first time. The Texans aren't going to pick until the 3rd round because their second round pick is also Miami's at 36. So that's the second round, 33 to 64. And then the third round will be, of course, after the second round. No shit. Will be from 65 to 105. So picks 33 to picks 105 will be tomorrow night. And then 106 to 259 will be on Saturday. So rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. So best available next, and then full first round results for tonight's NFL draft, and then I'll sign off for the night. So we got to go down the list here a little bit, of course, with all these first round players that were selected. Jeremiah Awuzie, linebacker from Notre Dame. Keep an eye out for him early on tomorrow. Trevion Moehrig from TCU as well, along with the more receivers, Rondale and Elijah. Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State, and Landon Dickerson from Alabama on the offensive line. Maybe Pittsburgh still snags one of them up in the second round after taking Najee Harris here tonight. Asante Samuel Jr., Christian Barmore as well from Alabama. The 2 North Carolina running backs, Terrence Marshall Jr., receiver from LSU. Wyatt Davis, lineman from Ohio State. Who else we got here? Kyle Trask and Davis Mills from Florida and Stanford as the next 2 quarterbacks potentially be taken. Pat Freiermuth, the tight end from Penn State. Nick Bolton, linebacker from Missouri. Tylan Wallace, along with Chuba Hubbard, receivers and running backs from Oklahoma State. And, I mean, Liam Eichenberg, Walker Little, a few more offensive linemen for some protection. Rashad Weaver from Pitt off the edge. Chaz Surratt, linebacker from Carolina. Another former Clemson Tiger, T. Martin's son, and Amari Rogers. Maybe he goes to Jacksonville as well, and he's reunited with former teammates of his and Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne. But other than that, I mean, everybody else. Dylan Moses, a linebacker from Alabama. He's there. Day 2, day 3 guy. Patrick Jones from Pitt coming off the edge as well. But, and yeah, Jamie Newman, the quarterback from Wake Forest that went to Georgia but opted out last year. He could be an option for a few teams. Brady Christensen from BYU, who protected Zach Wilson. Okay, 6'6", 300-plus pound offensive lineman. Keep an eye out for him, maybe. Bobby Brown. Not the Bobby Brown, but a Bobby Brown III from A&M. Him, along with Sean Wade from Ohio State, which, to some, he was a first-round pick. And then he opted out, opted back in, plays corner, can play safety. Keep an eye out for his name tomorrow night. I wouldn't be shocked he gets drafted a little early tomorrow. If he falls to day 3, though, well, somebody's going to get a snag. And, somebody's going to get a good player with him. Stills from WVU. Kellen Mond's another quarterback from A&M that, could... We'll see if he fits wherever he goes. That's the thing with drafting quarterbacks or whatever position it may be on days 2 and 3. The players aren't going to be playing right away for the most part. They might end up, in the end, getting cut and then being assigned to a practice squad. A lot of these guys as well are going to end up being undrafted free agents too. So we'll see how the draft unfolds. But those are, I think, some names to keep an eye out for. Tomorrow night, of course, rounds 2 and 3, and then also on Saturday with 4 through 7. And I know how it has stuff set up if you're watching right now, or if you've been watching any live streams. Sometimes I get cut off at the bottom of the screen for some reason, just how it's set up. But hey, this is how I have it set up, so you got to deal with it. So added a few more things behind me as of late too, if you haven't noticed. But first round night of the NFL draft, I thought it was honestly pretty damn good. There were a few shocks, a few reaches mid to late first round, and then definitely towards the end. But like I said, these teams, of course, feel like these players they're drafting are going to, whether it's plug and play right away or sit and wait, they're going to make a difference when they're out in the field, and they're going to make plays. Because you have to make plays in order to win. So, in the end, good to see fans back at the draft. The draft felt normal tonight, unlike last year. It was all virtual, of course. And, now we're on to tomorrow. Technically today, with it being past midnight here on the East Coast, rounds 2 and 3, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and then on Saturday, around 4 through 7, as mentioned. And then keep an eye out for, guys that will go undrafted and become undrafted free agents, free to sign wherever. They'll their choice to sign here, there, wherever. So, like I said earlier, in my opinion, teams make or break their drafts 9 times out of 10 with these mid-round picks. 2 through We'll say 7. It's normally 2 through 5, but you know, those late round picks too. Hence Tom Brady, who was a 6th round pick at 199 overall back in 2000 by the Patriots. Future first ballot Hall of Famer, arguably the greatest of all time. 7 Super Bowls, 6 in New England, just won 1 in Tampa Bay. They had the last pick tonight in the first round, and they drafted a linebacker and Joe Tryon out of Washington. So now, like I said, with the first round, I thought it was pretty good. I did. Like I said, there, a few reaches towards the end there maybe, and we're going to get into these. I thought tonight was a good night for the NFL draft, a good first round. So hopefully tomorrow night will be as good, if not better, even better. So the thing is, we get more picks and more rounds tomorrow, and then even more picks and even more rounds on Saturday. We've got 6 more rounds in 2 days through the course of another 5, probably 11 hours of the NFL draft. So yeah, we're going to start at the bottom, work our way up from 32 to 1 with this full first round NFL draft for this evening. 2021 NFL draft first round. Reaction, review, results, if you will. Joe Tryon, linebacker from Washington, went to Tampa Bay at 32. Jason Owe, linebacker out of Penn State, went to Baltimore at 31. That was Kansas City's pick, but Orlando Brown now, as mentioned, is a Chief. The Chiefs gave up their 31st overall pick because they lost the Super Bowl. 31 is the loser, 32 is the winner. 32 teams in the league. 3 didn't pick tonight, as mentioned, the Texans, Seahawks, and Rams once more. But Joe Tryon went 32 to the Bucks. Jason Owe went 31 to the Ravens. And then Buffalo took Gregory Rousseau from Miami. So Rousseau at 30 is the second Miami DN to go tonight. He went to Buffalo at 30. He was, as we have a little, all right, NFL reunited. Yeah, here we go. The focal point of the evening, I thought, was player combos getting back together. Yeah, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. They're both in Cincinnati now. They're both at LSU together. They're both in Cincinnati together. Tua and Jalen Waddle. They're down in South Beach with the Finns. There's a few more here. I can't recall the others, as those were very earlier on now this evening. They're going to go over them here. And Jalen Hurts and Devontae Smith. So 2 former Alabama quarterbacks with 2 former Alabama receivers now. The other quarterback, Mac Jones, is New England. Other receivers are, along with other Alabama players, are bounced around the league. Tied for the most first-round picks by 1 program. The other, of course, Ohio State. As Alabama had 6 players drafted tonight, and they were in the top 24 of the draft. Jalen Waddle, Patrick Surtain II, Devontae Smith, Mac Jones, Alex Leatherwood, and Najee Harris. With more to be picked, like I said earlier, maybe tonight, of course it didn't happen, but tomorrow now and on Saturday. So, Jalen Phillips is the other Miami DN, other Hurricane player that got drafted tonight. So we saw 2 Penn State defensive players get drafted this evening with Micah Parsons and Jason Owe. We saw Jalen Phillips and Gregory Rousseau also get drafted. Alabama had a slew of players. Back-to-back Virginia Tech teammates as well, Caleb Farley and Christian Darrisaw. Florida had a few with Kyle Pitts and Kadarius Toney. USC with Elijah Vera Tucker going to the Jets. Northwestern had 2 this evening too. First time they've ever had 2 first-round picks. Gardner Minshew, Sean Slater, and Greg Newsome to the Chargers and Browns respectively. Ohio State just had Justin Fields, which is a little bit of a shock. But Okay, yeah, we're gonna wrap this up here. We're gonna go from 32 to 1 and recap the full first round tonight of the 2021 NFL Draft. So Joe Tryon went 32 to the Bucks. Jason Owe went 31 to the Ravens. Gregory Russo 30 to the Bills. 29-28, Eric Stokes out of Georgia to the Packers, and Peyton Turner out of Houston to the Saints. Reaches at the end of the first round, I thought. Rashad Bateman went to the Ravens as well at 27, the receiver out of Minnesota. Greg Newsome before him to Cleveland 26 from Northwestern. They get a cornerback. Travis Etienne out of Clemson, just as Trevor Lawrence went number 1 overall out of Clemson as well to the Jags. Travis Etienne goes 25, so they reunite the quarterback, running back duo there. There's another combo of former teammates. Trying to think. I don't think there's any others. That would be it. Yeah, those 3 or 4, however many that is. Of player combos, former teammates reuniting now. I'm sure it feels good. But Najee Harris, thank you, Pittsburgh, for drafting a running back, and a good running back tonight at that. Steelers selected him 24th overall. We did have a few trades as well. The Jets traded up from 23 to 14 with the Vikings. The Bears traded up with the Giants from 20 to 11. And the Cowboys and Eagles made a deal with 10 and 12. So where are we at? 24 is Najee Harris. Back-to-back Vautech Hokies, 23 and 22. Dennesaw and Farley to Minnesota and Tennessee. Now we got some basketball highlights on ESPN, so time to turn the channel. We'll turn on NFL Network for more NFL draft coverage. And, okay, yeah. I thought maybe this was already a replay of what already happened tonight, but no, it's a recap of everything that just happened in the past few hours. As we're coming up on about 5 hours or so this evening. So thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions, play-by-play, a live watch-along reaction stream live right here on YouTube of the first round of this year's 2021 NFL Draft. Kwity Paye went to the Colts at 21, Kadarius Toney to the Giants at 20 after they traded back from 11 with the Bears after the Bears took Justin Fields at 11, quarterback from Ohio State. Washington at 19 took Jamin Davis out of Kentucky. Teammates, both the ends out of Miami, Jalen Phillips and Russo went tonight as well. Phillips to the Finns and then Russo to the Bills towards the end of the first round, as mentioned. And then Alex Leatherwood, the tackle from Alabama, went to the Raiders. Zaven Collins, very underrated pick, I think. A little bit of a reach at that point in time, but still a good pick for the Cardinals. Linebacker out of Tulsa, now going to play for Cliff Kingsbury out in the desert. Mac Jones fell to the Patriots at 15, so Bill Belichick gets his quarterback in Mac Jones. However, Cam Newton is still there, so it's going to be Cam Newton and Mac Jones playing quarterback this fall for the New England Patriots. Tucker and Slater were back-to-back picks in reverse order from USC and Northwestern, respectively, to the Jets and Chargers. Micah Parsons, linebacker out of Penn State, went to the Dallas Cowboys at 12 after they traded down with the Eagles in division. Like I said then, really don't see an in-division trade, especially in the first round. But Dallas traded back from 10 to 12 with the Philadelphia Eagles. Philly at 10 took wide receiver Devontae Smith out of Alabama. And then Dallas took Micah Parsons, linebacker out of Penn State at 12. Justin Fields went 11 to the Bears after the Giant Bear trade. And then now into the top 10 with Devontae Smith going number 10 to the Eagles. Patrick Surtain, the second cornerback out of Alabama, went to the Broncos. J.C. Horn, cornerback out of South Carolina. He'll be heading north in the Carolinas to Charlotte, North Carolina, to play for the Carolina Panthers. And then now the lucky top seven, Panay Sewell will protect Jared Goff in Detroit. Jalen Waddle will catch balls once more from a former teammate of his, as Jamar Chase will as well in both Miami and Cincinnati, respectively, from former college quarterbacks of theirs in Tua Tagovailoa and Joe Burrow, respectively, as Jalen Waddle was selected 6th overall by the Miami Dolphins, and Jamar Chase was selected 5th overall by the Cincinnati Bengals. So, as mentioned in the top 10, we had 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks and 1, 2, 3 wide receivers, along with a tight end, an offensive lineman, and 2 cornerbacks. That's your top 10. But your top 5, as mentioned, Jamar Chase went 5 to the Bengals, replacing A.J. Green. And then Kyle Pitts, tight end out of Florida. He's a pass catcher. He's a receiver playing tight end, for God's sakes. Went 4th overall to the Falcons, something Atlanta has not had at that position since Tony Gonzalez. And then the top 3 was quarterback. Trey Lance went 3, Zach Wilson went 2, and Trevor Lawrence went 1. Trevor Lawrence, number 1 overall pick this year. Could have been the number 1 pick last year, even the year before that, and the year prior to that. Trevor Lawrence went number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They then drafted his teammate Travis Etienne later on in the first round, as mentioned. So Lawrence 1 to the Jags, and then the Jets at 2 took BYU's Zach Wilson. And then 3rd overall, the San Francisco 49ers, as we thought, where the draft officially began, because we knew Lawrence and Wilson were going 1-2 to Jacksonville and New York, respectively. The draft really began at number 3, and we all found out the 49ers, when they took Trey Lance, he's going to be their future starting quarterback. He'll learn behind Jimmy Garoppolo here for a little bit, but he'll be the guy moving forward at some point in time, you'd think. So where's that leave, Jimmy G? Where does that leave Cam Newton? Only time's going to tell, along with Andy Dalton. They'll find jobs eventually somewhere, you would think, at the end of this upcoming season, this time next year, or next off season. As mentioned, next year's free agency is going to be chaos, just as it was past few months as well, but even worse with the new money that's coming in with all the new TV deals and all that. So, yeah, first round in the books. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Trevor Lawrence was number 1 overall pick. Zach Wilson went number 2 to the Jets. And then Trey Lance went number 3 to the 49ers. So 3 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, along with a few other positions in the top 10. I thought it was a good first round. Hopeful for a good second and third round tomorrow night. And then same goes on Saturday for rounds 4 through 7 as well, to wrap up this year's 2021 NFL Draft as a whole for all 7 rounds. Before we'll be on the road to the NFL schedule release Wednesday, May the 12th. You'll see me then live right here on YouTube for more live reactions, play, live watch-along reaction stream, if you will, for the NFL schedule release. However, before then, next Wednesday night, AEW Dynamite Blood and Guts live reactions, play, live right here on YouTube as well. Hopefully you'll tune in then. So the next 2 Wednesdays, the 5th and the 12th, for AEW Dynamite Blood and Guts, the NFL schedule release. And then the Sunday to follow, WWE WrestleMania Backlash. That'll be the Sunday, week after Mother's Day. Shout out to all the moms out there once more. That'll be WWE WrestleMania Backlash, Sunday, May the 16th. So live reactions, play, live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube, all 3 days for those official events. But yeah, thank you for tuning in and watching my reactions this evening of the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft. But here before too long, we're going to be on to training camp, on to the preseason. We're going to induct 2 Hall of Fame classes, and then the regular season is going to be here and gone before we know it. And this time next year, we're going to be sitting here talking about all the same shit we did this time last year. And now here are a full year later, getting ready for the 2021 season. So, yeah, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. That'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. 3, 2, 1 was Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, and Trevor Lawrence, the 49ers, Jets, and Jaguars, respectively. Once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions, play, live watch-along reaction stream live right here on YouTube of the first round of this year's 2021 NFL Draft, live right here on YouTube. That'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke at 96. As always, once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure, as always, to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links always in the description below. Let me know in the comments below what you thought the best pick of the evening was, along with potentially the not worst, but just, I guess you could say, with the reach, who reached a little further or a little high for a player that they could have, fell or could have got a little bit later on. That player could have fell to them, so to speak. Yeah, just let me know basically in the comments below. And once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. But yeah, best pick of the night. If your favorite team, of course, selected who you thought they were going to, or if you're okay with who they did pick. But best pick of the night, not the worst, but the reach pick, I guess you could call it, and then the most underrated pick, or the most surprising pick on top of that as well. You can let me know in the comments below. But yeah, once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my NFL Draft first round live reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Here we go, Steelers. Of course, it's my favorite team. If you haven't noticed, I'm wearing a hat all night and in the past. So we're on to 2021, the regular season, but the schedule release will be released in now less than a few weeks. So May the 12th. Hope to see everybody then for the NFL schedule release live right here on YouTube. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. Once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.